¿Cómo de que no? Y muy buenos días a todos ustedes que nos están acompañando este viernes de Jerome Powell, donde el tío Jerome Powell va a venir a decirnos absolutamente nada y dejar todo tal cual está. Pero el mercado tiene que sobrereaccionar y es lo que vamos a hacer el día de hoy. Vamos a platicar, vamos a ver Jackson Hole en vivo, pero también vamos a estar tradeando, ¿cómo de que no? Y además vamos a estar aquí en el casino del tío Salo. Tenemos 20 minutos antes de que Jerome Powell salga a platicar y que nos diga absolutamente nada. Quiero preguntarle a toda la gente en el chat que nos acompaña, ¿qué piensan que va a decir Jerome Powell? ¿Algo positivo, algo negativo? ¿Creen que va a tirar el mercado o no? Hasta este momento hemos visto el mercado tener un rally a la alza, lo que probablemente nos está diciendo que lo que vamos a ver es una caída después de que Jerome Powell, en lo que Jerome Powell habla, y de ahí veremos si va a haber una reversa. Pero el principio de este movimiento se ve a la alza. Vamos a ver qué exactamente es, si puede aguantar, pero normalmente el primero es el fake out, es el anzuelo para que todos entren, muerdan y se los lleven al infierno con él. Obviamente, como es día de casino, tengo acá a los expertos, les traigo a Farhan y a Alex también. Bienvenidos. Como saben todos ustedes, si están viendo esto y quieren ser parte y aprender con nosotros, lo hacemos, platicamos en inglés, pero también hay mucha gente que habla español, la gran mayoría en nuestro Discord. Para que se vayan a dar una vuelta, se los dejé acá y está en la descripción del video también. Lo voy a poner una vez más junto con todos nuestros enlaces para que lo tengan. ¡Ajá! Casi les pongo una vez más el enlace del en vivo, que me hubiera matado en este momento porque no tengo el ánimo de poder hacer otro, pero aquí lo tengo arriba, como de que no. Aquí lo pueden ver, únete al Discord, ahí está el Discord, Trade en Bluffing también y con BitGet también, aquí nada más denle y se pueden venir en el Discord, tenemos ya casi 3,000 miembros ahí y todo el mundo ayuda a todo el mundo, seas principiante o no, vente a dar una vuelta, los invitamos, es absolutamente gratis y vámonos, de nuevo, vamos a platicar de precios, vamos a platicar de todo esto, vamos a tomar algunos minutos para ver el en vivo de Jackson Hole también y de ahí vamos a seguir para adelante. Como siempre, estamos relajados, estamos pasándola bien, nada formal y voy a traer a estos cracks enfrente y después de que platicamos en inglés lo traduzco a español para todos ustedes que se lo preguntan y vamos a darle. Como de que no, gentlemen, welcome. Remember that you guys are muted. How's it going?
Yo, good morning, fellas. How you guys doing?
I am very excited about Jerome Powell saying nothing today. What is the consensus right now in the room, right? How are you guys feeling this? What do you think is going to happen?
What I think he's going to do is what he does every single time, where he says, fuck your puts, fuck your calls. Jerome Powell has you by the balls.
So what you mean is he's not going to do anything?
Nah. Nothing.
Yeah. What about you?
Nothing of substance.
Yeah, I mean, I know that they he's already aware of the revisions. I mean, I feel like I feel like the data has been on par with what they want. So I'm not expecting a rug pull today.
Yeah.
But it could have happened for sure. And today we'll get more insight on exactly, where their perspective on where they want to go moving forward, especially with the hopefully we get more clarity on how much they want to cut the first rate cut. We're seeing that's kind of the big buzz of today. We're seeing, banking stocks going up. They're all green today. He's going to cut rates, just when and how much.
Yeah. My guess is going to be he will do the 25 and he's going to take a long time cutting the rest for a long time. That's what's going to happen. And this, like the feeling right now that nothing is going on, that he's not doing anything, will continue to go on for a very long time. And that's because to me, that is the worst case scenario. Like the market would love just a dump, buy all the stuff. The market would love just a pump because, a lot of people are invested. But the market is not thinking, well, this is going to continue for another year. And I think that's most likely what we're going to see.
Sideways is the most maximum pain for the market.
Yeah. And I think that's what they want to give us. And we're going to get it up the ass. So let's start this with a few charts. What do you guys say? We got Santiago asking for NuScale, SMR. I don't know if this is a sexual type of video or not, but okay. Who's going to do this one? And then afterwards, I'll say this. The second request is XRP.
Oh, I'm going to do XRP.
Well, yeah, I think it's written in the stars there.
There you go. So let's start right here. And then Farhan, get ready for XRP. And We have 15 minutes, so let's try to like crank it as fast as possible before Uncle Jerome goes on stage. And
Did you just say crank it? I'm sorry,
yeah,
I'm immature.
I'm old, dude. I'm old. We use odd words and we don't understand when we're saying something sexual. Okay. That's what we do. This is what old boomers do in this earth. That's another thing that what the fuck was I complaining about being a boomer? Oh, my computer. Yesterday I fucking lost my computer, couldn't make it work. And I was like, Sergio's not here. And my boomer ass is never going to figure this out. But I did. So there we go. All right. We're looking at NuScale Power Corporation. Let's go, Alex. All you.
Nice. Yeah, so I mean, we've been it's basically corrective still. We could see we had a nice bounce right at the weekly EMA 100, unable to sustain a rally above the 9, which tells me that this move was just a corrective move to resistance. And also, this was, in my book, a bearish retest here. This support is pretty big on SMR. And falling below, it's not the best of signs, especially it not holding that psychological level at $10, and then even rejecting on it this week. So as it stands now, I'm still looking at $7.30 being support. If it's unable to hold that, I do think we can easily come back to the range lows at around $5.60 to $6 flat. I think if we pop back in this range, we have to look at 855 being the next resistance, which also lines up with that weekly 21. And then also just, 565, $6 as support with $7.30 being like a mid-range. That's kind of what I'm watching, especially on the weekly. If you're bullish here, you'd want today essentially to get bought up and definitely close back above 860. Then you can argue we're in just kind of like a range within a range. This range here being within an EMA range of the 21 and the 9. But yeah, as it stands, it's just hopium, and it looks more. It looks like it wants more downside, especially if this $7 doesn't hold. This would be the area that bulls essentially want to step in, not break this low, and actually get a bounce to form more structure here. Because this stock can move quickly up and down. Down when it aggressively down, and also up when it breaks out. So it's just something to be mindful of, especially with this EMA 100 on the weekly coming right into that mid range. It's a big level we're approaching, and it is almost there. Let me go to the monthly. Let's check the monthly. Yeah, and the monthly solidifying that $7 region, $7.30, $7.58 is pretty important. Within the month, you'd want these to hold here. And then the hopium here is essentially that the 9 is crossing above the 21, signaling strength, potential strength, while back testing the monthly EMA 9 again. After this breakout, we did it once and we shot up, and then this was a big move up. I mean, from a wick high to wick low on a 1 month basis. I mean, this was essentially a 95% candle. Massive move.
On the weekly, you had also a silver cross.
Yeah, let me check that out. So then, which makes sense if the 9 is flipping above the 21. And you're right, we do have a silver cross to the
upside.
Yeah, exactly. The issue is it's more corrective because of the 9 under essentially the 21. This is something Farhan mentioned the last stream. When you often get a silver cross, but the 9 is still acting as resistance, where technically this 9 should be below the 21 and the 55. It tells us that it's a silver cross, but we have to look at it as more of a corrective posture. And that's why I think watching the monthly can give us more insight, especially with this cross here that's fresh. So you really want this $7.58 region to hold for SMR. If it doesn't, then I think we can easily fall back down to like the $6 range. The daily looks interesting. You can see, it got a bounce where it needed to, basically rejected where it needed to as well. We needed this $8.56 level to hold for the hopium to base right here. Maybe test the range highs again. But yesterday we basically broke down, and now we're testing massive resistance here. Massive resistance because of this EMA 100 on the daily, mixed in with this meme line here. It tells me that it's a strong area. Plus, we're getting that silver cross to the downside on the daily. And this is more confirmed than the silver cross on the weekly to the upside, simply because of where the 9 posturing is. This is exactly where you would expect the 9 to be. If we're getting a silver cross to the downside, and you're supposed to technically look at this area, the EMA 9, which is around $8.83 as resistance. So you not only do you have the EMA 100, this massive, support that we were holding now flipped potentially into resistance, along with the 9 and a fresh silver cross to the downside. To me, seeing that it's not, it doesn't give me the most confident that this can go up. Essentially, bulls right now want this low to hold, and they're looking for like a lower time frame, higher low, to potentially break this high here at $10, and we'll call it $10.30. If they can get back above $10.30, I do think we can then talk about potentially having a bigger squeeze, and then also invalidating the silver cross to the downside. But
does anybody else see a massive head and shoulders
on the daily?
Yeah. And
yeah,
we're literally at the neckline right now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, if we took the measured move, I'm almost certain it'd give us a negative target. But what we can do instead is I'll get a bearish retracement right here, and we'll see here that basically the 382 is perfectly coming in line with where we'd expect to reject if we get a bounce from here, which lines up with that 9, right around $9.18 or $8.60 region. And it shouldn't be a surprise, right? The daily looks bad. This is hopium here. You want this to hold. If we break down and break this low, we're definitely going to come down lower. But it makes sense that the daily is weak, especially with how the weekly closed yesterday and then potentially today. If we get this breakdown under essentially 865, I'm going to be more bearish and looking for lower. You have to then act as this is a bearish retest. And then the most likely the daily silver cross will play out. Before I go off, let me just check the SMA 200. And you see where this perfectly is lining up here. It's again solidifying that, yeah, if we reject this 100, technically speaking, we should get a bounce at 730. This bounce could turn into a bearish retest of 850 before we go lower. That's kind of what I'll be watching here. We're at a very pivotal point in the chart. So it's something to consider, something to be mindful of, especially with the daily silver cross, and also just kind of where the monthly is. It's at that key area here. So something to watch for sure going into today. And then we have volatility at extremes. So corrective posture on the monthly, wouldn't surprise me. We just want to be able to at least hold above or reclaim, right? The bull thesis is dead as long as we're under the daily EMA 100. Until then, we have to look at this point as a rejection point, which is where we're at. And I have $6 being the next target.
And if you close over $10 on a daily, then you would apply that same measured move on the head and shoulders to the upside.
To the upside. Yeah.
Yeah, and see that it's a key
that's
spot.
a long shot.
Right. I mean, getting back above, $10 is a, 19% move. And especially where it stands, not only do you have the meme lines here at $8.60 and also at $10 psychological level, but you now have this EMA 100, you have the 9 and the 21. And then not only that, you also have massive weekly resistance in this range too. So, it's going to take a lot for bulls to kind of repair the chart and get some momentum to the upside. As it stands, it looks bad, and we're at resistance now on the daily. So we would expect a rejection around here.
Perfecto. Thank you so much, sir. And for the next one, we'll do it after the Jackson Hole thing, but it's Microsoft for you, Alex.
Perfect.
All righty. I'll get going with this. Vale, pues, ahora sí tenemos la tabla de SMR y no es lo que las mujeres hacen en YouTube, no se preocupen, esto no va a ser sexual para todos ustedes. Lo primero que vamos a hacer es les voy a poner la tabla en la mensual para que puedan tener una muy buena idea de esto. El precio, esto empezó y salió al mercado en diciembre del 2020, por lo que no hay tanto historia. Pueden ver que tuvimos un tope acá en los 15.90 centavos y ahorita lo rompimos en un flashazo en los 16.93. Vienes cayendo y ahora vienes en una tendencia a la alza. El precio en este momento está en 8.53 y tenemos nosotros 3 niveles importantes. La zona del 9.99, la zona del 8.59 y la zona del 5.63. En la mensual todo se ve bastante bien, hay muy pocos datos, pueden ver cómo estamos rebotando en el EMA 9 y en el 21, pero de nuevo hay muy poca información acá, así que ojo con ello. Cuando nos volteamos a ver la semanal, y ajustamos el tamaño de nuestra tabla, aquí nos cuenta una historia bastante interesante, donde puedes ver confluencia en esta zona donde printamos esta línea verde que está en los 7.65, donde el EMA 100, que es el rojo, y el 55 están a punto de tocarse por acá, lo que hace, empieza a actuar el precio como un poco como un imán de precio, por lo que esperamos que esto vaya a bajar un poco más. Aunque si volteamos a ver en la diaria, aquí hay niveles bastante importantes. Puedes ver que el 25, el 55 y el 21 cruzan a la baja. Esto es un cruce plateado a la baja, un silver cross a la baja. Ahora vienes a retestear el 100, que es el rojo, y también el 9. Esto probablemente vaya a ser resistencia, lo que también tiene confluencia con justamente esta línea en los 8.61. Y si hay un rechazo de ella y ves que esto va a la baja, la mayor probabilidad que tienes es de ir a buscar este EMA, este SMA 200, que está por ahí de los $6. Obviamente va a subir en el próximo cierre, pero te da una muy buena idea de más o menos dónde vas a estar rangueando entre los 6.50 y probablemente los 7.30 si es que se rompe. Si no, y puede cerrar arriba de los 8.68 encima del 21, te daría una buena señal de que probablemente va a intentar ir por los 9.52. Ahora, si tienes un cierre arriba de los 9.99, sería bastante alcista. Tienes que esperar a ver dónde va a cerrar esta semana el precio. Si lo va a hacer aquí arriba, estás formando un nuevo alto más alto, ¿no? Digo, un nuevo bajo más alto. Déjame quito estas cosas, los indicadores. Estarías creando un bajo más alto, que es lo que nos gustaría ver, y también aquí estás creando un alto más alto, un alto más alto. Así que es importantísimo no perder esta línea en los 7.90 y más importante no perder los 7.61. Una vez que se rompa de acá, tus objetivos empiezan a irse a la baja y tú viste dónde están exactamente nuestras zonas de confluencia, que es justamente aquí, 7.53 en la semanal, arriba para el rechazo probablemente en los 9.59 y 8.68. Así que es cosa de esperar, poder aguantar acá y ver dónde el precio va a empujar. ¿Ok? Nos quedan 3 minutos para lo de Jackson Hole. Yo creo que de una vez nos vamos. I think, what was I going to say? So I think we should have probably just tune in into the Jackson Hole thing right now because it's just 2 minutes away. So I know you're very excited to tell everyone about XRP and the future of the new, what do you call it?
The future of France. The future of France.
About the future of France right now. So
does France even have a future at this point? Who knows?
No, of course not. The real France is fucked, along with all of... By the way, dude, in Mexico City, yesterday, I saw that they actually did rent control. They imposed rent controls.
Really?
Wow. Dude. And obviously, Mexico City is going to be the test, and they're going to implement it everywhere in the country. So officially, Mexico is becoming Argentina, which will explain why the peso has been taking a shit compared to the dollar, which is crazy.
Yeah, that is interesting news. So price control, rent control, like it's like they've set a gauge on how high certain things can go now.
Yeah, like price controls, basically. And when you do that, what happens is people that have properties, the nice properties that are looking to rent them out and do business, because they're not going to be able to make the same amount of money, they pull them out and they sell. So instantly you put a lot of selling pressure into the real estate market. And on top of that, the inventory of available rents becomes garbage because no one wants to rent for low money. So only people with shed properties will put them up. So property quality is going to go fucking down the hole. Yeah,
that's a good point. Yeah, because I mean, it's like the free market isn't there in that aspect. Then I mean, yeah, that's I guess we're starting.
Here's Uncle Jerome. Can you guys hear this?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, he looked at his clock. He told that bitch, "Hey, you fucking wait."
Is he on time? It seems like he is.
Do you remember the close the fucking door? That was a legendary moment by Uncle Jerome. You're muted, Farhan.
This guy's a legend.
Good morning. Thank you, and welcome to the first day of sessions for the Federal Reserve Bank of Kansas City Jackson Hole Economic Symposium. My name is Karen Dinan, and I'm going to be your moderator for today's session.
Dinan.
As you heard last night from Jeff, the topic for the symposium is reassessing the effectiveness and transmission of monetary policy. So it's a super important topic, particularly right now. And we've got some great papers lined up for this morning. We've got 2 papers, and we also have a panel lined up for that. But before we get to any of that, I am delighted to say that we have Federal Reserve Chair Jay Powell here to deliver opening remarks. So with that, let me welcome Jay Powell to the podium.
Quickly, your bets. I'm saying he's saying nothing. He says nothing.
I think it's going to be bearish.
Thank you, Karen.
Okay.
And thanks to our host from the Kansas City Fed. It's great to be back here today. 4.5 years after COVID-19's arrival, the worst of the pandemic-related economic distortions are fading. Inflation has declined significantly. The labor market is no longer overheated, and conditions are now less tight than those that prevailed before the pandemic.
So far, he saved the
Supply
world.
constraints have normalized,
Wow.
and the balance of risks to our 2 mandates has changed.
Ooh.
Our objective has been to restore price stability while maintaining a strong labor market, avoiding the sharp increases in unemployment that characterized earlier disinflationary episodes when inflation expectations were less well anchored. While the task is not complete, we have made a good deal of progress toward that outcome.
That's good.
Today, I will begin by addressing the current economic situation and the path ahead for monetary policy. I will then turn to a discussion of economic events since the pandemic arrived, exploring
S&P 500 pumping. This is the 10-minute chart. Está pompeando el S&P 500.
Yeah, corn's moving. It's $500 up since he got on stage. Can't see the stream though.
1 second. Here we go.
and appropriately so.
There we go.
Prior to this episode, most Americans alive today had not experienced the pain of high inflation for a sustained period. Inflation brought substantial hardship, especially for those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. High inflation triggered stress and a sense of unfairness that linger today. Our restrictive monetary policy helped restore balance between aggregate supply and demand, easing inflationary pressures and ensuring that inflation expectations remained well anchored. Inflation is now much closer to our objective, with prices having risen 2.5% over the past 12 months. After a pause earlier this year, progress toward our 2% objective has resumed. My confidence has grown that inflation is on a sustainable path back to 2%.
It's good.
Turning to employment, in the years just prior to the pandemic, we saw the significant benefits to society that can come from a long period of strong labor market conditions. Low unemployment, high participation, historically low racial employment gaps,
Fake numbers.
and with inflation low and stable, healthy real wage gains that were increasingly concentrated among those with lower incomes. Today, the labor market has cooled considerably from its formerly overheated state. The unemployment rate began to rise over a year ago and is now at 4.3%, still low by historical standards, but almost a full percentage point above its level in early 2023.
And you're not counting the 808,000 jobs.
Most of that increase
you
has come
revised.
over the past 6 months. So far, rising unemployment has not been the result of elevated layoffs, as is typically the case in an economic downturn. Rather, the increase mainly reflects a substantial increase in the supply of workers and a slowdown from the previously frantic pace of hiring. Even so, the cooling in labor market conditions is unmistakable. Job gains remain solid, but have slowed this year. Job vacancies have fallen, and the ratio of vacancies to unemployment has returned to its pre-pandemic range. The hiring and quits rates are now below the levels that prevailed in 2018 and 19. Nominal wage gains have moderated, and all told, labor market conditions are now less tight than just before the pandemic in 2019, a year when inflation ran below 2%. It seems unlikely that the labor market will be a source of elevated inflationary pressures anytime soon.
That's good.
We do not seek or welcome further cooling in labor market conditions.
Well,
Overall, the economy
there's
continues
nothing
to
you can
grow
do,
at a
homie.
solid pace, but the inflation and labor market data show an evolving situation. The upside risks to inflation have diminished, and the downside risks to employment have increased. As we highlighted in our last FOMC statement, we are attentive to the risks to both sides of our dual mandate. The time has come for policy to adjust.
Here we
The
go.
direction of travel is clear, and the timing and pace of rate cuts will depend on
Rate cuts,
data,
rate cuts.
the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks.
Will depend on incoming.
We will do everything we can to support a strong labor market as we make further progress toward price stability. With an appropriate dialing back of policy restraint, there is good reason to think that the economy will get back to 2% inflation while maintaining a strong labor market. The current level of our policy rate gives us ample room to respond to any risks we may face, including the risk of unwelcome further weakening in labor market conditions.
So he's basically saying he's going to drop the rate more.
So
He's
let's
opening
now
the
turn to
door
the
to it.
questions of why inflation rose and why it has fallen so
So
significantly.
far, pretty on
even
par
as
with what
unemployment has
markets
remained
were
low.
expecting. Nothing crazy.
There's a growing body of research on these questions,
Just like he
including
said.
Gabby Eggerson's work, which we'll shortly discuss. And this is a good time for this discussion. It is, of course, too soon to make definitive assessments. This period will be analyzed and debated long after we are all gone. The arrival of the COVID-19 pandemic led quickly to shutdowns in economies around the world. It was a time of radical uncertainty and severe downside risks. As so often happens in times of crisis, Americans adapted and innovated. Governments responded with extraordinary force, especially in the United States.
And we raped you all
Congress
with
unanimously
inflation.
passed the CARES Act. At the Fed, we used our powers to an unprecedented extent to stabilize the financial system and help stave off an economic depression.
Very stable.
Print unlimited amounts of
After a
money.
historically deep but brief recession in mid-2020, the economy began to grow again. And as the risks of a severe extended downturn receded, and as the economy reopened, we faced the risk of replaying the painfully slow recovery that followed the global financial crisis. Congress delivered substantial additional fiscal support in late 2020 and again in early 2021. Spending recovered strongly in the first half of 2021, and the ongoing pandemic shaped the pattern of the recovery. Lingering concerns over COVID weighed on spending on in-person services, but pent-up demand, stimulative policies, pandemic changes in work and leisure practices, and the additional savings associated with constrained services spending all contributed to a historic surge in consumer spending on goods. The pandemic also wreaked havoc on supply conditions. 8 million people left the workforce at its onset, and the size of the labor force was still 4 million below its pre-pandemic level in early 2021. The labor force would not return to its pre-pandemic trend until mid-2023. Supply chains were snarled by a combination of lost workers, disrupted international trade linkages, and tectonic shifts in the composition and level of demand. Clearly, this was nothing like the slow recovery after the global financial crisis. Enter inflation. After running below target through 2020, inflation spiked in March and April 2021. The initial burst of inflation was concentrated rather than broad-based, with extremely large price increases for goods in short supply, such as motor vehicles. My colleagues and I judged at the outset that these pandemic-related factors would not be persistent, and thus that the sudden rise in inflation was likely to pass through fairly quickly without the need for a monetary policy response. In short, that the inflation would be transitory. Standard thinking has long been that as long as inflation expectations remain well anchored, it can be appropriate for central banks to look through a temporary rise in inflation. The good ship transitory was a crowded one. with most mainstream analysts and advanced economy central bankers on board, I think I see some former shipmates out there today. The common expectation was that supply conditions would improve reasonably quickly, that the rapid recovery in demand would run its course, and that demand would rotate back from goods to services, bringing inflation down.
We're about to hit a double top on the
Over time,
S&P
data were
500.
consistent with the transitory hypothesis. Monthly readings for core inflation declined every month from April through September 2021.
Oh, wow.
Although progress came slower than expected. The case began.
Bears would want that high of
mid-year,
yesterday to not
as
get
was
taken
reflected
out.
in our communications. And beginning in October, the data turned hard against the transitory hypothesis. Inflation rose. And
Why is he telling us the story of what we already lived?
Clear.
Can he just get to the fucking point of not saying anything? Oh, wait, he's getting to that.
Inflation expectations were to remain well anchored.
Yeah, it's not like we've all just been
Recognize
watching this
that
every
and pivoted
fucking
beginning
week
in
since
November.
2022.
Financial
Every
conditions
economic
started to
event.
tighten.
I hate it so
I have
much.
I have a proposition.
Purchases
Every
Hit it.
time Jay Powell says data dependent, take a shot.
By early,
Okay.
You will die. You will die from alcohol
headline inflation
poisoning.
exceeded
Let's see.
6% and core was above 5%. New supply shocks appeared. Russia's invasion of Ukraine led to a sharp increase in energy and commodity prices. The improvements in supply conditions and the rotation in demand from goods to
Do
services.
you guys remember
were
when
taking
Europe was
much
going to
longer than
freeze?
expected.
Oh,
In
yeah.
part due to further
It was a
COVID
cold
waves
winter in
the
Europe.
United States. And COVID continued
Bitcoin's
to
almost at
disrupt
its daily
production
EMA
globally,
100, massive level
including
on it.
through new and extended lockdowns in China.
This would be the first time
High
we're
rates of inflation were a
retesting
global
it now.
phenomenon, reflecting common experiences.
Now I
Rapid
open my
increases
short.
in the demand for
This
goods,
is it's a big level.
strained supply chains, tight labor markets, and sharp hikes in commodity prices. The global nature of
62,300 is my
inflation was
target.
unlike any period since the 1970s.
62.6 to
Back then,
63
high inflation
Ks.
became entrenched.
We're gonna
An
reject. That's where it
outcome
would
we
go
were
from.
utterly
Yeah.
committed to avoiding. By mid-2022, the labor market was extremely tight, with employment increasing by 6.
Right now, the Jewel is giving us an epic buy signal on multiple time frames.
This increase in labor demand was met in part
This
by
would be too
workers
easy, no?
rejoining the labor force as health concerns began to fade.
Wouldn't surprise me.
The
Let's
labor
see.
supply remained constrained, and in the summer
But the
of
indicators are lagging
2022,
indicators. You got to remember that.
labor force participation remained well below pre-pandemic levels. There were nearly
Double
twice as many
top.
job openings as unemployed persons from March 2022 through the end of the year, signaling a severe labor shortage. And inflation peaked at 7.1% in June 2022. At this podium 2 years ago, I discussed the possibility that addressing inflation could bring some pain in the form of higher unemployment and slower growth. Some argued that getting inflation under control would require a recession and a lengthy period of high unemployment. And I expressed our unconditional commitment to fully restoring price stability and to keeping at it until the job is done.
Para toda la gente que está escuchando, no ha
The
dicho
FOMC did not
literalmente nada.
flinch from carrying out our responsibilities, and our actions forcefully demonstrated our commitment to restoring price stability. We raised our policy rate by 425 basis points in 2022 and another 100 basis points in 2023. And we've held our policy rate at its current restrictive level since July 2023.
Double top is here.
The summer of 2022 proved to be the peak of inflation. The 4.5 percentage point decline in inflation from its peak 2 years ago has occurred in a context of low unemployment, a welcome and historic.
Bitcoin's above 62.
So,
Five,
how did
500 away
inflation
from the
fall
EMA 100.
without a sharp rise in unemployment above its estimated natural rate? Pandemic-related distortions to supply and demand,
Dixie's losing
as well as
support.
severe shocks to energy and commodity markets, were important drivers of high inflation, and their reversal has been a key part of the story of its decline. The unwinding of these factors took much longer than expected, but ultimately played a large role in the subsequent disinflation. Our restrictive monetary policy contributed to a moderation in aggregate demand, which combined with improvements in aggregate supply to reduce inflationary pressures, while allowing growth to continue at a healthy pace. As labor demand also moderated, the historically high level of vacancies relative to unemployment has normalized primarily through a decline in vacancies, without sizable and disruptive layoffs, bringing the labor market to a state where it is no longer a source of inflationary pressures. A word on the critical importance of inflation expectations. Standard economic models have long reflected the view that inflation will return to its objective when product and labor markets are balanced, without the need for economic slack.
BBWP on
so long as
daily on
inflation
Bitcoin's about
expectations are
to
anchored at
expand.
our objective. That's what the model said.
Same thing with the
15.8%.
The stability of long-run
HPDR
inflation
volatility too.
expectations since the 2000s had not been tested.
The HPDR
by a
volatility is a
persistent
little
burst
bit
of
more
high
accurate
inflation.
than the BBWP.
It was far from
But it's
assured
not free.
that the inflation anchor would hold. Concerns over de-anchoring contributed to the view that disinflation would require slack in the economy and specifically in the labor market. An important takeaway from recent experience is
8
that
hour and Bitcoin
inflation
is freshly silver
expectations
crossing.
reinforced by vigorous central bank actions can facilitate
Let me check the
disinflation
two that.
without the need for slack.
This is going to be a dump.
This narrative attributes much
Definitely
of the
could
increase
be.
in inflation to an extraordinary collision.
Or
between
Now we're
repeated
above the
and
2-day silver
temporarily
cross.
distorted
Yeah, I was
demand
about to
and
say.
constrained supply.
The
It's a big
55
level.
is way weaker
While
now because
researchers
we've already
differ in
tested
their
it.
Stream pause.
approaches, and to some extent in their conclusions, a consensus seems to be emerging, which I see as attributing most of the rise in inflation to this collision.
You guys can hear this, right?
All told,
Mhm.
the healing from pandemic distortions, our efforts to moderate aggregate demand, and the anchoring of expectations have worked together to put inflation on what increasingly appears to be a sustainable path to our 2% objective. Disinflation while preserving labor market strength is only possible with anchored inflation expectations, which reflect the public's confidence that the central bank will bring about 2% inflation over time. That confidence has been built over decades and reinforced by our actions. That is my assessment of events. Your mileage may differ. So let me wrap up by emphasizing that the pandemic economy has proved to be unlike any other.
Markets
There
rejecting.
remains much to be learned from this extraordinary period. Our statement on longer run goals and monetary policy strategy emphasizes our commitment to reviewing our principles and making appropriate adjustments through a thorough public review every 5 years. As we begin this process later this year, we will be open to criticism and new ideas while preserving the strengths of our framework. The limits of our knowledge, so
12-hour
clearly
EMA
during the
100
pandemic,
rejecting.
demand humility and a questioning spirit.
Let's go.
Focused on learning lessons from the past and applying them flexibly to our current challenges. Thank you.
That's it?
So, what did he say that
Papa
swooped
Powell's
markets?
over?
I didn't hear anything that was not on par with what
No.
they've been saying.
He said everything that the market is expecting right now. And
Yeah.
the market is jerking itself off over it.
It's going to dump again. There's no reason for this pump to happen.
Oh, yeah.
That's a
It's
good
dumping.
point, though. That is a good point. Like, why are we pumping? What's the difference? Did he say he's cutting rates early? Did they give us any? No, they didn't say anything new. We're just pumping on the
On
fact that
nothing.
maybe he didn't.
On
yeah.
hopium.
Yeah. Okay. Now, let me translate that for everyone right now. Estamos pompeando, pero literalmente no dijo nada el tío. Nada. O sea, no cambió nada por lo que me está haciendo. 1 second. What the fuck is that?
What?
Sorry. NBC apparently got or whatever network got a little French on us, which it's not a good thing. Ok, estamos pompeando, habíamos pompeado, el mercado pompeó. You know what? Let me share my charts. S&P 500, son, boom, rejected. Let's see if it holds. Man, Bitcoin, bam, rejecto mode. No hubo por qué teníamos que pompear. O sea, literalmente no hubo nada nuevo que dijo Jerome Powell, lo que me da a mí a entender que esto es un movimiento falso, por lo que va a ir para abajo. Abrí un short, honestamente, lo dije públicamente acá, por eso agarré mi computadora. Mi objetivo era en los 62,300. My objective, by the way, 62,300. If this shit just doesn't go up, hang on. Chef's kiss.
Chef's kiss. Yeah.
Just fucking give it to me, okay? Okay, Uncle Jerome, just give it to me. Just, come on. Just, I deserve it. I deserve the money. What do you guys think?
Yeah. So right now, I mean, Speaking specifically to Bitcoin, what we have right now is it dumped to 61.3 basically on lower time frames. To me, it's back testing that. Bulls don't want that to fall back in. Falling back in wouldn't be the best sign. If they can hold 61.3, I do think we can go to my major zone too, which is like 62.6. But as it stands, we're just waiting now. We're seeing how they're digesting this news. But that is what I'm seeing now. 61.3 is support. I have a very low time frame, like a 3-minute on, and I'm just watching to see the reaction.
I got the 10-minute. You fucking degenerate. You got a 3-minute chart. All right, here we go.
I like trading the 3-minute too. So essentially,
Wow.
if that 3-minute potentially loses that meme line, to me, it could bleed into the 15-minute and the hourly and whatnot. In a perfect world, if we do, it rejects and you go down, and it's an easy trade because you just have your stop at that wick high. In my experience, it would still make sense for Bitcoin to pump and come back maybe to 61.9, 62K flat, even if we are bearish, to put in a very low time frame lower high. It's very common because what are people doing now? They're probably shorting it right now because of the rejection. So we'll see. We'll see this reaction here at 61.3. But I mean, like we said, there wasn't too much news. There wasn't anything good that we heard that should constitute a massive pump breakout. So, and also he, mentioned how the labor market, I think he said something about how we want that to stop kind of cooling, like we want it to
going down. Yeah. We don't want it to keep going down.
Which is, I think that's kind of new because I feel like we were in the and correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like the narrative has just been we want a cooling labor market. We want that for the disinflation. But now on this one, this was at least the first time I heard him mention that we kind of want that to not cool down more, just chill.
Yeah. And how do you stop it? That was like the biggest takeaway that I took too, because he was just saying, we don't want the deterioration in the job market to continue. It's like, all right, what are you gonna do to stop it, dude? Like this train has already fucking left the station and it's at full speed. Like, what are you gonna do? Just a little rate cut?
And my head goes then so just that one statement is bad news now, right? If we start hearing unemployment is going down and whatnot. Usually we pump on that news, and bad news has been good news. Is this a low key shift in that? I don't know. We're getting that bounce now. It would make sense to me, at least, even if we're going to reject it, feel some of that 3-minute wick. We just wouldn't want it to break that wick high, essentially, if you were going to short it. But I'm still in the camp that we probably should go to 62.6 first. I don't, we honestly should have on this pump. We were very close, $300 away. It hit your level. So it makes it tricky. But as it stands, we've basically on lower time frames back tested the breakout, and we're going back up. So we want to see then where this takes us, if it breaks the wick high or not.
Well, let's fucking see what he does. S&P 500 basically rejecting off the last high right here. Not the was that the all-time high? Yep. Right? No. 10-minute chart. No, that's not right. 1 second. Let me see. No. We rejected off this one right here. Your all-time high is at 56.70. And you're right now fighting with this. By the way, that's a terrible zone, like for the S&P 500 to stop. Because then that's not making, I'm sorry, you're muted. Because then you're not making another high, and this is just a simple high.
Yeah, if you go on really low time frames, that's what it'll look like on the hourly. That's why essentially bulls, I'm looking at ES1. They want to take yesterday's high out. If we reject and not take the high out, in my opinion, it can still be the double top theory with the lower high still is valid. I mean, it still is valid, of course, until we break the all-time high. But right now, as it stands, yesterday was a huge rejection candle. We don't want that candle to get basically engulfed. We break the high, and then what are shorts going to be doing that shorted that? They're going to close that immediately, leading to a bigger squeeze. So it's a very interesting point. I'm looking at it on a wick basis too. So essentially $5,664.75 is not what bears want that ES1 to go above. Let me see here on Bitcoin.
USD going up.
Yeah, so Dixie right now is at a precarious spot. I have right now major support at 103, 101.3. It wicked below, and now it's trying to potentially get
Same.
reclaimed. If we go to the lower time frames on it, though, you can see it is already lost it, like on a 5 minute. So getting that back above there, reclaiming, could potentially be a good sign. But if it rejects on the lower time frames, there's implications. Let's see here.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and gold not looking the worst either. I don't really watch gold on these days, though. Mainly Bitcoin, ES1, and Dixie.
Why would gold pump at the same time that the stock market's pumping? Because they're going to print more money. Okay, I understand.
Yeah, and yeah, let's see. And oil's enjoying this too. So it's
That
a
makes
weird
no
day.
sense.
It's a weird day. Now we got the pump. So like essentially, if we go back to Bitcoin on the 3 minute, the pump happened. So you would argue that on the 3 minute, like if this is why I like trading sometimes this 3 minute, but I've been trading Bitcoin for years. I don't recommend people doing that. You visually you essentially want this 3 minute to maybe go to 61.9, 62K, reject. You just don't want it to break that 62.3 now. If I was trading this low time frame, you could front run potentially the lower high. I don't recommend it. Just you could wait for just easily the 9 again on the 3 minute to get lost. Because not to my surprise, but that does hold. Usually when we lose that, then the 15 minute will lose it. We'll see. I mean, I have no bias. I don't see why we would pump, but I also don't see why we would dump. Unless markets are too levered up, and that's I guess plays into what we were talking about this morning, where consolidation would be definitely max pain because it's not on my book. It's not in. It's either we're breaking out or we're breaking down. But what if we just don't move?
Yeah, no one woke up this morning thinking or saying, God, I hope the stock market goes lateral.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
So 3 minute
Okay.
now. I mean, we could argue that's a slight bearish closure on the 3 minute, still above the 9 though. Again, bears want this to start rolling over. They would take the short here, and you'd have your stop at 62.3. Why 62.3? Because you know exactly where you're wrong. If a 3 minute even goes above that high after the news speech, most likely going to squeeze harder. Now, are we going to go to 64K from there? No, it just means 62.6 is the level to watch again on the daily EMA 100. Rejecting it before, especially that 12-hour EMA 100, is a sign for me to say, okay, it is a massive level. It would be the first time we've hit it. If the 12-hour gave us this rejection, how's the daily going to be? While everyone's max longing this at resistance. So I mean, yeah, we'll see.
I see what you're saying. The SMA 200 is right here at 63,870 something. And
Yeah,
then,
the EMA 100 does perfectly where we're at now.
Yeah.
And if my theory is a daily EMA 100 will reject, it makes sense. Well, we first would have to get above the 12-hour.
Would you mind pulling up the 3-hour?
Yeah, on Bitcoin.
Yeah, I'm waiting for this 3-hour to close above that previous rejective high. If we get a close above there, that'd be a confirmation for me for a breakout.
Oh, interesting.
61.8 for you?
Yeah, the number is currently 61,850.
Yeah. And then that makes sense because then you would basically want that to flip, and then based on there, for a trick higher. As it stands though, corn is breaking out. It's just where is it going to go? How far and high is it going to go? And is it going to reclaim any levels today? If it can get back above the daily EMA 100, which probably bleeds into it reclaiming its SMA 200, has implications for Sunday's closure, which would probably mean we reclaim the EMA 9. If those two things are reclaimed, I don't see why we wouldn't go back to 70s. But until then, we can't get super bullish under resistance. It's still a major level. And keep in mind, Bitcoin hasn't tested it yet. We've had a lot of chop. We've had many rallies almost to it. People get conditioned. Like I've taken 2 shorts on the Discord. Good profit to start, got stopped out. It looks like it's going to break down and then it shoots back up.
Yep.
When we're in this environment, it makes people like me who's tried to short, front running that daily EMA 100, not wanting to short that anymore. You end up longing it on a green candle. And then today would just be the first day. If we get it, the very first day we tap this EMA 100, people assume or forget about it just because of the chop and the price action, but nothing's technically changed. We're still under that level. And to me, it's a major level. And in my experience, whenever we get this kind of price action where it almost hits it, rejects, almost hits it, rejects, it can be like a trap, because then people just forget about it, disregard it. And then when we do hit it the very first time, we get that reaction that we were expecting 2 weeks ago. It just took a long time to get everyone forgetting it, because a few green candles makes everyone forget.
Absolutely. Especially now, I think short-term memory for trading and investing is like at an all-time high.
Yeah, no, 100%, especially in crypto. You know, what we can be, it's so over, and then Bitcoin puts in a 3% candle, and we're so back. We're going to 80K. So we're just in that weird gray zone. And like, I
Yeah.
hope people hear this. Like, there's nothing clear in the charts other than the 2 levels I'm watching, and that's it. I can long this now, but you risk playing in the middle. It's like, to me, it's like we're just like and I can just visually see a range. Like, we just have this EMA 100 on the daily here, and we have 57.7. We're just kind of like, there's no easy trade. If we get a rally to the daily EMA 100, now we can start formulating potentially an easy trade, because you know where you're wrong. If the daily reclaims that, get out. You know, you don't want to hold that. If it rejects, then great. You have an extremity trade to the book, bearish retest, but we need an actual rejection, not this. Bitcoin goes down to 500, makes everyone happy to be short, and then just reverts it back and then dumps more. No, we need like a real rejection. And this is something I was talking about in the beginning of this week. Bears are losing time. If they don't take us down by this week, possibly the weekend, I think it's going to heavily start favoring bulls again.
Yeah. Momentum would probably shift, because it's been too long of an opportunity for everyone to, like, for every bear to take down the price with them, and he's just not doing it. It's just, they're just not being able to do it. So if there's no follow,
Exactly. And it's just like in October, we were unable to get the breakdown. It's just like in the beginning of this year, unable to get the breakdown, bearish, but unable to get the breakdown, which essentially causes like Farn's medians to come more down, momentum pivots to reset, BBWP while the bands are getting tight, and also funding gets negative. So yeah, I mean, that's why we need to actually see some follow through with bears. So far, they've been kind of disappointing.
Yeah. Bad bears. No. All right. Shall we get started on XRP? Unmute
You're
yourself,
muted.
sir.
I will share my screen.
Por favor.
XRPP.
Oh God, we're so fucking retarded. Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm 6 years old.
XRP, you're telling me, dude? Everybody knows me because of how stupid I am. That's what everybody knows about me. Well, the 3 people that know me. Go ahead.
All right, so on XRP right now, we still have that silver cross to the upside, which is now confirmed, and we're getting expansion currently on the weekly. What I'm looking for is for us to break this 200 SMA. We've been finding that as resistance this entire time. If we break that, I solidly think we're going to go from there to 69 cents. Nice. I think we're going to get a little bit of a base there, because it's a very psychological level, and it's a meme number. So I think we test 69 cents, 70 cents, get a little bit of a rejection, come back down, test these areas. And then from there, I solidly think we're going to go to around 80 cents, maybe 90 cents. And the reason why I think so is you look at our momentum indicators, we're getting a fresh breakout into extreme highs on momentum, where we haven't been this high on momentum since
there.
Yeah, right around here, which was, let's draw a vertical line, and we can see where the price was at that point. This was the last time we were ever able to break above it, and we were not able to maintain it. We ended up breaking back down below. And this was when we had this massive pump from 46 cents all the way up to, we have a wick? No wick. All the way up to 84 cents. And we're getting the same exact signal right now, where momentum is breaking back up above the bullish control zone, and it's solidly within bullish control. And then we look at the volatility indicator, the HPRV, which is the historical price delta range volatility. And it shows us the same thing, where volatility is moving up and it's breaking out to support that move to the upside of momentum. If we check out the jewel is giving us an almost picture perfect buy signal. We just have to wait for this next close for the pink to cross above the yellow, while the light blue is above everything else. And that will give us basically the ultimate signal that the jewel can possibly give you. And once we get that, let's see when's the last time we had one of those where they freshly crossed. It's been a minute. On the opposite hand, right here, this is a fresh Joule signal. Same thing that we're looking at right now to the downside, the ultimate Joule signal. We mark right here. Here's what happened with price.
Holy shit, he nuked.
Yeah, we went from, what is that, $1.88 all the way down to 24 cents. So pretty powerful. And we're getting the opposite thing to the upside at the moment, where we're getting that perfect Joule signal, but it's not confirmed yet. We need one more close so this pink can cross above the yellow. At that point, we would get one that same type of move, which coincides with my thesis on XRP right now, where I think we're going to go up to somewhere around 80 cents to 90 cents, make a base there, maybe get a little bit of rejection consolidation, and ultimately I'm targeting somewhere around $1.50 for XRP. And let's see if this lines up on the fib levels. All right. So right now we're at the 50%, which absolutely beautiful to see, because this 50% lines up exactly with this 200 SMA. And the 50% level is the level that you need to break above to confirm a breakout. And after you break above that, you'd have to target at the very least a 78.6, which right now is at 78 cents, right around that 80 cent number. You'd get you would expect a rejection over here and consolidation, maybe back down to this golden pocket around 69 cents. Retest right there, make a little bit of a base around that 69 cent number. And then what number we were talking about before is going to go down. Currently, it's at $1.65.
Oh.
I think it's going to come down to right around 140 to 150. In that area, I would say, like, no financial advice. I would say if anybody who's long on XRP, I would consider taking some profits there, because this is a very, very, very significant level on XRP. Everybody's targeting like $3 or $4. I don't think that's going to happen. I think it can probably go up to around that $1.50 level. And I think that would be when Bitcoin is somewhere around the upper 80s, maybe $90,000 range. But until then, I have to watch to see this 200 SMA break and this 50% level. Then I would be targeting 78 cents to 80 cents. Above that, if we get a weekly close above 80 cents, that's when I would say the book is open, or the door is open to go to $1.50. Let's check on the monthly on XRP. Right now, the monthly is giving us a perfect bounce above every single major EMA. We were not even able to go down to the bottom of the blue zone. We still have 8 days left. The ideal scenario would be if this can flip green and make us a hammerhead candle, or a hammerhead green dildo. And from there, we would expect continuation. This blue zone would come down to around this area, around 63 cents. The confirmation of a breakout based on the HPDR would be a close over the blue zone. And once we get that, then we have to target the 61.8% at the minimum, which right now is at $1. And the 78.6, this number is going to move down significantly after the next monthly close. It's going to come down to right around this level, which is at $1.60 area. The same number that we were looking at before. Let's look at the divergences, and then we'll end it off on there. Uncle Brad is cooking some shit up. Brad Gargling House.
Garlic House. No,
Garlic House. My bad. Garlic House.
Yeah, there you go.
Have you checked his Twitter? You know how many people he's following on Twitter?
No.
Exactly 589. Must be a sign.
Is he?
He's following exactly 589 people on Twitter.
What a fucking dick.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm not even surprised.
XRP to $589 question mark. All right, so on the 3 day right now, we do have some multiple drives of bullish divergence. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. My bad. Were you saying something, Alejandro?
No, sorry, I was just yawning.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 drives of bullish divergence right now. We still don't have a local top. We're getting a base around the middle zone, which is exactly what you want to see, and we're not even making a local bottom here. So at this point, we have to target this bullish control zone. Right now, that number is at 62 cents. We get which also aligns with that 60-cent number we were looking at before. We get a close above there, then we have to target the bullish critical zone. And right now, that level is sitting at 95 cents. This number is going to go down. I'm guessing it's going to be somewhere around like the mid 80s, maybe low 90s, which is this the number we were looking at before. Where do you guys remember when XRP won their lawsuit?
Yeah.
And we had a massive candle up, and we hit right around 94, 95 cents, rejected, and then we fully reversed the entire thing. So right now, that 90 cent area right now is going to be very significant resistance. That's what's telling us on the RSI that if we break above 62, we can hit that 90 cent level. the RSI is going to be at extremes, momentum is going to be at extremes, and volatility will be at extremes at that point. So you would expect some consolidation there. If you look at the VMP, which is basically a variation of the Joule, which adds a volatility aspect to it. Right now, we're getting a curvature upwards. We're getting a neutral signal. So as long as we get a close, any close above this previous candle's open right now, which is at 56 cents, 0.563, we're going to confirm that as a buy signal. And then we're going to have to assume that we're going to retest these previous highs right here, which is around perfect 69 cents.
69. Mm-hmm.
Let's go to the 2-day. Nothing on the 2-day, nothing on the daily, 12-hour, nothing. So right now we're just watching that divergence on the 3-day, and we're waiting to get that weekly close above 62, 63 cents. Then we would confirm our breakout to the upside. And right now, if you look at our BBWP, the Bollinger Band percentile, gives you volatility based on the Bollinger Bands for a number. We had 0 volatility for 2 weeks in a row, and now we're getting volatility expansion. The confirmation for me for volatility expansion is crossing above 15%. So if you were to draw a line right here at 15%, every single time we went below 15% and we got volatility expansion, we had a very significant move. As you right here, we got one right here. We had a huge move to the downside. We had one right here. We had a massive pump right here. We had a little bit of consolidation with a massive dump right here. It doesn't look like that much on the chart, but if you were to, because this is in a logarithmic view, but if you were to take a measurement, we ended up dumping like 43%. And this was just minor volatility expansion. We went below 15% and we only went up to like 28%. Right now, at 34.92%, and we're still continuing upwards. So we have to assume volatility is going to keep going up when it's like this, and currently momentum is heavily pointed towards the upside. The confirmation, though, because these are lagging indicators, is the close a weekly above 62.5 cents. If that happens, then volatility is confirmed expanding, and the divergence is going to play out, and we would hit that upper 80 cent area, which right now I'm looking at for a short-term target before consolidation, and then from there, I think we'll blast through $1 and go straight to 140, 150 from there. But right now, I'm mega bullish on XRP. But you guys already know.
Yeah, we know. Dr. Hopium. Mr. XRP Hopium.
Nobody takes my Hopium job away from me.
Nobody. All righty. Thank you, sir. And since Alex is doing Microsoft.
Look at me. I'm the Hopium now.
Superverse. I don't know what that is, but Superverse for you.
That's a YouTuber's coin. It's Elio Trades, if you guys know him.
Oh, yeah.
That's his coin. He made that.
All right. Well, good luck to that, dude. Let's go see it in a second. Okay. Look at this, by the way. This is the monthly on XRP. Let me just back it up a little bit so you can see this, right? Look at this fucking candle right now.
What date did this triangle start at? I believe it was several years ago.
Yeah, I'll show you in a second. Look at this fucking candle going from here to here, just taking the whole range. It was such a predatory fucking asshole because it went below. Basically, all the EMAs went above, all like important ones, resistance. Like it's just a fucking up and down shakeout. Let's see. It starts January of 2018.
Yeah, so we have a 6-year pendant, or you can call it a symmetrical triangle. I have never once in my experience in crypto seen a formation like this last this long. And right now we are at the apex. Right, this is the area of the triangle where you would expect a breakout to the upside or the downside. And based on our momentum indicators right now, I'm heavily biased towards the upside. And because
you have until February of 25.
And because it's a 6-year triangle, it's going to be a massive, massive move.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, there's no doubt on that. Okay. Thank you, sir. Bueno, para empezar, aquí tenemos XRP. Estamos viendo cómo estamos en un triángulo asimétrico o en un pendiente, también como lo quieran decir, es que empieza desde enero del 2018. Para que tengan una idea, esto es una consolidación de 6 años de precio y normalmente esto, cuando llegas al apex, que es la parte final del triángulo, tiene un movimiento violento a la alza o a la baja. De acuerdo a todo lo que está viendo Farhan y si estamos viendo las velas mensuales y todo esto, podemos ver que en la mensual, para no hacerla tanto de emoción, estamos encima de todos nuestros indicadores favoritos. El EMA 100 está aquí abajo. El 55 está en los 51 centavos, el 21 está en 55 centavos y el 9 está en 56 centavos. El precio de XRP en este momento está a punto de tocar los 60 centavos. Y tal cual, esto combinado con los indicadores de Farhand de volatilidad, que también va a la alza, momentum va a la alza. Lo que estamos esperando es que tenga la volatilidad de un cierre arriba del 15%. Si puede tener un cierre arriba del 15%, probablemente vaya a tener un movimiento de expansión y el siguiente objetivo son los 69 centavos. Bastante bonito el número, como de que no. Muy probablemente una vez que toquemos los 69, entremos en una zona de consolidación que probablemente sea lo que están viendo encima de este triángulo. Y de aquí el siguiente movimiento sería los 80. Pero primero lo primero, tenemos que salir de acá, tenemos que tener un cierre arriba de 60 centavos. En realidad depende si lo estás viendo en la diaria o en la semanal, porque en la diaria también puedes apreciar cómo estás encima de todos los niveles. Tu EMA 9 está en 58 centavos, el 21 en 57, el 55 en 55 y el 100 y el 200 se juntan en 54 centavos. Así que lo único que tenemos que hacer es tener un cierre por encima del en realidad de esta línea morada del 57 centavos y esperar a que todo esto siga para adelante y buscar ese objetivo en la zona de los 69 centavos. Una vez que rompamos la zona de los 69 centavos, nuestro siguiente objetivo son los 80 centavos. De acuerdo al FIB que sacó Farhand y también en donde está el centro de su indicador, lo que nos dice es que probablemente este movimiento pueda llegar hasta el 1.40, pero en el 1.40 probablemente sea una buena zona para empezar a cerrar o salirte de esa posición, porque ahí muy probablemente vayas a encontrar resistencia importante, aunque resistencia importante de precio en XRP viene también por ahí de los 90 centavos, entre los 90 centavos y el $1. ¿Por qué? Porque cuando XRP ganó el caso en contra del SEC, tuvieron ese megapompazo, esa zona y luego un gran dump. Y eso nos está indicando que lo más probable es que veamos ese tipo de acción por un rato, porque cuando tienes una zona donde hubo un movimiento violento, hay mucho intercambio de manos y eso genera que el precio no pueda subir tan fácil o bajar tan fácil de esa zona. Sin más ni más, XRP se ve bastante alcista y sigue Farhan vendiéndonos y lidiándonos todo su hopium en este momento para XRP. Alex, let's go with Microsoft.
Cool.
Let's do it. Vamos con Microsoft, damas y caballeros, ahora. Yeah.
Get this. I was looking at Bitcoin.
I don't know if I should cut my short. It's already like nice. It's 1,000 in.
What was your entry?
62,300.
Yeah, I just slapped break even.
Good Lord, you are printing right now.
Yeah, literally,
That's what.
Jesus.
I did it in front of you guys. I grabbed my computer and everything.
Live trading right here.
Live trading. Sadly, I'm sure the price is going to go up and fuck me in the ass at some point. But
hey, as long as your stop loss is at break even, it doesn't even matter.
I'm going to do that.
Yeah, I would if I had that, if I taken that trade, I would for sure have a break even. Because if we do probably break the high today, we're definitely going to go to that, 62.6, 63K. You can just get a better entry, short the daily EMA 100. It's the same setup you're using on the 12-hour, but for the daily. That's what I would do personally, and I would ride this down. Good entry, damn. Alejandro should just be trading for us, Farm. God damn.
Yeah, why are we trading?
This is the one time actually price follows my stupidity, which this is why I'm saying
that was smart. Very
it's
smart.
61,000 right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
So massive wick on the 3-hour.
If we go to this is a good learning lesson right here. This is what I'm. Let me go to here and show people.
Actually,
I think my screen is shown.
60.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Fellas, look at the 1 hour.
Good.
Look at the 1 hour.
Right.
Look at the 1 hour.
On Bitcoin? Hang on, Alex, you're sharing your screen on it?
It's not pretty. It's not pretty. The 1 hour on Bitcoin, not pretty.
Let's go.
So I should take my own advice because this is a good learning lesson. I'm gonna do Microsoft after this. So this is just a good lesson for people to hear about. this is something when we had the dump, I said it wouldn't surprise me to get, a very like lower time frame. I know people, look down at people who trade the 3-minute, 15-minute, but it works. It works for me. It's part of my system. And, basically we got that nice pump exactly where we needed to, right around that 61.3. It went to 61.4, whatever. The idea here was you wanted to basically short, we mentioned this always gets backfilled on Bitcoin. It either leaves a wick like it did, and then, right, the short entry is easy because you just short any kind of rejection on the 3-minute. Could even been done on this candle here, losing the 9. That could have been your entry. And then the theory was you either have stop here at 62K, or, right, if you're unsure if this is the high, then you're running with this is the this high here will hold at 62.3. And that's kind of what we got. I was actually expecting to fill my bid here. I was gonna have my stop at 62. When you're trading the lower time frames, you know what to look for. You can have this kind of risk to reward, where you're not even losing 0.3% on this trade. So something to watch. That's why I like lower time frames. It played out nicely, forming this lower high. Now we're getting the lower low here because it's breaking these lows. Not the best sign. So something to watch overall going into today, because like we said, what's the reason for the pump?
None. It was stupid, and it was like leading into the meeting too, which is normally when they want to sell us.
And so like your short launch is very clean. Because if we're looking at this like on an hourly now, right? Your entry's here, so round here. So if this hourly comes back up to here, you would not want to hold a short. This is a prime time entry. Now, could we bounce back, go over here, easily again? But if I were you, yeah, I would not touch that entry. Keep it to 62.3, and then I'd be targeting 58.7 to 57.7. Same area we were targeting yesterday, just the range lows. Wouldn't be good if we popped back into here though on Bitcoin. I was assuming yesterday that this breakout was the fake one, popped back in. Basically, we had this breakout. So if we fall back in this channel here, it's not good. And like I was saying last stream on Bitcoin specifically, when we get these channels, I use it with confluence of other stuff. But when we get often we get the failed move first, and then the real move happens. And as it stands now, it looks like potentially a failed breakout, but unconfirmed unless we lose 60,500. Let me go to Microsoft.
Yeah, I honestly have a take profit. I have a take profit on the 21 at 61.93 on the daily.
Daily 21.
It just seems like such an easy target if we hit it.
Yeah, I would be. I mean, and that it's very logical. It's very logical. We hit on the daily. I would watch lower time frames. We break back in this channel, then it's an easy trade, because if you basically take this like even on a 15-minute and we just zoom out here, you know what I'm saying? Like if we fall back into here,
yeah,
you could then watch it, but it means you'd have to watch it. If we fall back into here, let's say dump, and then price goes up and then reclaims it, I probably would cut this short and profit. You just run the risk of this, like it breaks down, it comes up, retests, and then goes down. Something like that would be predatory. But as it stands, yeah, good entry, bro. Honestly,
thank you.
Mine by again $300. Very annoying.
Welcome to the club. That's me every single time.
It's just, yeah. So okay, here's Microsoft. So
let's go.
Microsoft. Let me go to a daily here. Yeah. So I mean, I think I looked at this last time too. Let me just take this off for now. And we mentioned the possibility of this breakdown right here, and we got it. So now we're rallying back up, but the issue is, this diagonal is still resistance as it stands, and yesterday's rejection was massive. Not only, did we basically put in like a doji top here, but we got follow through, losing the 9, the 21, the 100. A big trap. This was just a massive trap in my opinion. And it rejected exactly where it needed to. When I see these kind of charts, I often have to ask myself why I don't trade stocks, because this is just so easy.
It really is. It's just slower.
It's just slower, yeah. But
yeah,
as it stands now, we see we're rejecting the 21. The 9's now curving pretty down. Not a good sign. I guess right now what bulls, the hopium on the daily would be that we come down a little bit and then come up. This basically forms some kind of low, higher low. And then we can go and break essentially this high here at $432. As it stands, though, it doesn't look the best. And we can see that on the weekly more obvious. If I go here, let me delete this and go here. The weekly is looking quite heavy. And I say that because not only do we reject our meme line, but we had lots of resistance right here on 423 to 422 when we're rejecting. And we go, let's check out BBWP. And it's starting to go up right at that mid-range here. So, volatility can start, it is already expanding. It more corrected, and now it's going back up, giving to me momentum to bears. If essentially we come back and start testing 338, like $389, I won't be convinced that's going to hold. And I'll have to be looking for lower, potentially this wick high here.
If it does, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but if it does get to the 389, then that's painting a fucking gruesome head and shoulders in front of everyone on the daily, not the weekly.
Yeah, and but also too, it could be painting in a weekly lower high. And that's kind of why I'm saying if we do come back down here, it basically, in my head, it would solidify that this was the lower high, rejection where it needed to, expansion down, and we'd have to look for the lower low, and that would essentially be, breaking this meme line here at 388. And what I like about this is it's pretty obvious to me. We have this 100 coming in right at the next support zone at 350. What I was saying is if you'd like to day trade, you can easily just make a mid-range off this wick high rejection. Also the basing point of where we based before we broke out. You could look at this as a range, maybe 360 to 350. Yeah, 360 to 350. But as it stands, without even including that, this has more down. So that's why I'm mentioning on the daily, bulls essentially do want, it can come down, but we don't want this to break this low here. That will confirm to me the breakdown if we do come and break this low, and we'll have to be on downtrend watch then. We made the high, we came up. We basically found support. This was just another lower high, very tiny, but it was right here. Came all the way down, lower low in my opinion. We broke these lows, rallied up. Was a nice rally from support from here to there. For Microsoft is big, 10%. Now we're rejecting. Is this just another lower high? The reason I like shorting so much is because it's easy. You know where you should have put your stop loss here. You could have had it on any reclaim of this white line, but I don't trade like that. I like to I'd have my stop loss here at this last, basically when we pumped up and we rejected here. Exactly. That led to the lows. Very simple. So not looking best. Let me at least go to the month before I'm done here. Like I've been saying across the board, the hopium here is the 9 still holding. 7 days to go though, especially if markets start getting volatility. If they do, big assumption. Not saying there hasn't been volatility, but if we get like more follow through to the downside, this could easily get lost. Currently at $404 right now. If we lose the 9, that'd be really bad for Microsoft. You can see here, really hasn't lost this 9 after reclaiming it back in March of 2023. Anytime we've dumped into it, it's been major support. Is now going to be just basically the same thing where it held, looked bad, but it held major support on the monthly. Still 7 days to go, so we'll see. But as it stands, the weekly is not looking the best, and that is closing in 5 hours. So, bulls really, really wanted to get back above this. We'll call it 430 level on a weekly closure. That would have been great. Filled breakdown, reclaimed it, based here, and then maybe could take a shot at the highs. But as it stands, looks like a bearish retest with a macro lower high on the weekly. We have to start looking lower, especially if we do break down. If I was in this short, let's say, I would be on the camp of we're going to 350 to 360 area, and I wouldn't put weight on this low. But I have to get both sides, and that is the hopium for bulls right now. Is that we will come down, but we won't break the low, and then we can go up. Before I go off, let me see if there's any crosses here. Oh, and then also we can't disregard this. I took this off, but we are technically approaching support here at this SMA 200. That is the other bull hopium. So it can kind of play into what I was saying. Maybe it doesn't go as deep. If you're bullish on this is the bull hopium. We're going to come down, we're going to go, and then we're basically going to base there and go up, and then it's not going to break the low, and it'll start looking like that. That's kind of the hopium. But if we do break this SMA 200 again, which we're above still, rejecting off the EMA 100, we go to the 200. If we break this and it doesn't hold, then I'm more convinced that we're going to test these 350 to 360 lows.
And especially when you're going to go retest it again so soon, because if you look back, there's literally nothing in the short time frame that did that until before exactly March 2023, where you had that breakdown.
Yeah,
which was a nice breakdown.
Yeah, exactly. It essentially what you don't want it to be is like this. We came up, we claimed all the levels, quickly deviated. As soon as we lost the EMA 100 and the SMA 200, it was just kind of down only, massive dump from that point. So ideally, yeah, that's the hopium. You don't want this to get lost. And it's also not a good sign that we're going and retesting it already, in my experience. It's not strong. That's not a good sign. Yes, we had the reaction from it. It rejected the 100, though. Now it's rolling over, and this is where I'm saying bulls want this to hold, and then they can argue that this low didn't break. We consolidate and push up more, potentially breaking this high here. That was the last lower high. I think I said this one. That's not right. It's technically this one, right at we'll call it $450. That's what bulls would want to start going towards if they can get some structure here. As it stands, it doesn't look the best, especially with how the weekly's looking. And we also have a silver cross to the downside, and we are rejecting the 9 now. So that is what we'd expect, and that's on a daily. And then the weekly as well is it's not confirmed. Probably in the next 2 weeks, this 9 is going to go under the 21 if we do start coming down. Basically just more weakness on the chart. Basically don't disregard this bearish retest, silver cross to the downside with it, along with us rejecting the 9. Watch the SMA 200 if you want more confirmation of a breakdown. Losing that, not a good sign. So this would be the first time we would have lost it. And this is the first time we technically did lose it, touch it, reclaim it in a very long time, since, like I said, March of 2023. So when I see something like that in a chart, it is a cause of concern. I mean, we can't disregard that. And we can't disregard this rejection here because, technically speaking, Microsoft should have reclaimed the EMA 100 on this pump, and it should have held it, leading to a sustained breakout. But it rejecting here is very to the book. So we had the breakdown, came down, nice pump up, gets everyone long. 10% a big move for Microsoft. It doesn't do anything, ends up rolling over, and then it's just forming. Essentially, it's just keeping the trend intact where it needed to. Right here, and then we'd look for lower. So that's something to watch. Watch the weekly, the daily. Not a good chart though. Looks pretty bearish. And even BBWP's in that corrective stance, approaching that 50% level though. And then also we know the weekly looks like it is starting to curve back up with this bearish retest, giving a lot of momentum. To bears, more momentum than not. On top of it too, this EMA 100 is kind of ominous. It's just chilling here, slowly grinding up. If we came down, it'd be a big dump, and it also could be a back test of it. We haven't tested that. So as it stands, yeah, I'm more convinced we're going to break down. Watch the weekly, ugly weekly, and we're also getting that silver cross to the downside and rejecting the 9. So that is where we'd expect to reject.
Thank you, senor. Also for you after AMD. Thank you.
Sounds good.
All right. Hold it. Ok. Tenemos aquí el chart de Microsoft. Vamos a ir a la mensual primero para que todos podamos ver este gran movimiento que ha tenido Microsoft por bastante tiempo a la alza. Lo podemos ver que va sin parar, pero en estos momentos, si nos acercamos un poco en la gráfica mensual, podemos darnos cuenta que tenemos esta vela en este momento y les voy a poner todos los SMAs. Estamos todavía encima del 9, pero esto sería del EMA 9, del promedio 9. Esto sería una mala noticia. Si perdemos el EMA 9, que se encuentra en este momento en los $404. Microsoft está cotizando en $414 el día de hoy. Su alto histórico es 468, cotizando en 414. Si rompen la mensual, que todavía tiene 7 días y 5 horas, el EMA 9, empezamos a preocuparnos bastante. Está en los $403, pero recuerden, este va a subir y el precio puede que baje. Ahora, cuando volteamos a ver en la semanal en Microsoft, ¿qué es lo primero que vemos? Estamos viendo cómo el 9 y el 21 están a punto de invertirse, lo que es la primera señal de debilidad. Esto no es un cruce plateado, dorado, de tu madre, de tu padre, de nada de eso. Pero cuando ves el 21 y el 9 darse la vuelta y el 9 baja del 21, que es lo que había tomado, el 21 sube, eso empieza a darnos señales de debilidad en el precio y lo podemos ver claramente como el agua en esta zona, señores, aquí. Ahora, ¿qué tenemos aquí abajo? Tenemos el 55 y acá el 100 pasando por abajo. ¿Qué es lo que estamos viendo? Estamos viendo que formamos este patrón de, esto es un hombro, cabeza y está formando el siguiente hombro con un alto más bajo. Sobre todo en la diaria, cuando lo ponemos, es donde se puede ver todo perfectamente y acercamos el precio. Podemos ver cómo literalmente el precio fue a buscar el 55, lo perdió, el EMA 100 lo perdió. Estamos siendo rechazados del 21 en la vela del día de hoy y vamos ya abajo del 9 también. Y aquí es donde se consolida el 100 con una línea que tenemos nosotros acá en el 410, lo que probablemente haga que el precio venga a visitar esta zona. ¿Qué más estamos viendo? Estamos viendo también este tipo de movimiento y creo que es bastante importante notarlo. Es esto. Y déjame quito los indicadores. ¿Por qué? Porque vienes en esta tendencia alcista, la rompes a la baja, vienes a hacer un retest, ¿no? Vienes a retestear esto y te da un rechazo a la baja, vuelves a subir, te imaginas que vas a volver a romper a través de esa línea en los 429 y simplemente no lo haces, creando un alto más bajo que el pasado. Y acá también, cuando lo volteas a ver en la diaria, tienes un cierre mucho más bajo en los 388 comparado con antes y aparte el wick, la parte delgadita de la vela llegó a los 385 y cuando lo ves también en la semanal, literalmente te da una excelente fotografía de esto. Pueden ver literalmente cómo se pierde el nivel. Vienes a testear los 388 y estos eran wicks, o sea, no habías venido a testear este nivel desde enero del 2022. Lo que estamos viendo en este momento es una vela de tope formándose en Microsoft. Justamente aquí vamos a ver cómo cierra, pero no se ve bien. La cosa en Microsoft tiene cara de que va a bajar. Tienes que poner atención a esta línea que va para arriba. Quieres volver a retomarla si eres alcista en Microsoft. Si eres alcista en Microsoft, llegando a esta zona y retomando esta zona, bien, probablemente vayas a retestar nuevos altos, pero si simplemente ya no puedes ni siquiera cruzar del 429 y menos llegar al nivel de donde está esta línea, esta diagonal, muy probablemente el precio tenga mucha debilidad y mucho momentum a la baja. Vamos a ver cómo cierra esto, pero no pinta bien Microsoft en este momento para todos ustedes, mis estimados. Y ahora sí que le vamos a dar a Superverse. No sé qué carajo sea Superverse. Me dijo Farhan es una moneda de alguien. Farhan, what the fuck is Superverse?
It's a shitcoin made by the YouTuber Elio Trades.
Elio Trades made a shitcoin. Ok, Elio Trades, no sé quién sea, hizo un shitcoin que se llama Superverse y es lo que vamos a analizar en este momento. Let's see how he does. Didn't we look?
Boys.
I feel like we did it before and we looked at it and we're like, what the fuck is this?
I don't know if we've seen Superverse.
If I have any line whatsoever in it, that'll be
the.
Let me see.
That's how I am too. What's my next chart again?
Yours, AMD.
Oh, right. Okay, perfect.
AMD used to be the chipset that the poor's bought. If you had an AMD computer, people are like, oh, you're poor. Now it's completely opposite. Now people are like, oh, you have Intel? You must be poor.
Well, things have changed a lot, by the way. Nvidia used to be looked at like as a product that retards used on their computer. Like, oh, you're a gamer. How much fun. You must be retarded. Also, gamers now make $1 trillion a year online. So let's just say that things have changed.
I've been buying Nvidia graphics cards since like 2013, 2014.
You were ahead of the trend. And did you buy the shares? Did you buy the stock?
No, I was retarded. The same thing I did with Tesla, where I ended up buying 3 Model
did the
S's
same
instead
with
of
Tesla.
buying the car and the stock.
I did
I
the
ended
same with Tesla.
And I got so fucked up on those Model S's because the last one I got the Model S P90D. Literally 3 weeks later, they released the P100D. My car dropped like $15,000 in value in a split second.
I didn't know that. That's fucking terrible. What are we looking? Superverse. What?
All right, so-
Super USD? 1 second.
Mhm.
Okay. Let me just find it too.
Isn't that what happened with your Plaid? You paid like what, 130, 140 for it?
Oh, dude, I paid top of the market, but I also put a big down payment. So I'm not, I thought I was going to be underwater like crazy because everyone is, but I'm not. If I sell it, I'll make a little bit of money right now, which is nothing to brag about, but
it's not like you have any reason to sell it though, because it's such an epic car.
yeah. But well, I think I'm getting a Rivian right now. I actually need to call them because they called me about delivery yesterday too. Either way, this is Superverse, huh?
Yeah, so right now on Superverse, we have on the weekly, we have a little bit of a head and shoulders right here. We're literally right at the neckline. We want if we get any type of close below, what is this number right here? 0.4523, it's going to confirm the head and shoulders, and we're going to confirm the move down. Let's see if we can get a measured move. I feel like this is going to be one of those negative numbers. I really feel like it's going to be a negative number, but let's see. Yeah, it's a negative number, so you should disregard that. But it is setting up a head and shoulders right here, and we're rejecting right now because we had a silver cross. We closed below the 55, so we invalidated the silver cross. Now we're rejecting exactly at that silver cross and rejecting in this area, and we're finding some resistance there. If we look at the RSI right now, we have some potential bullish divergence, but it's not confirmed yet. We have 2 days, 9 hours left to confirm that bullish divergence. The only way to confirm it is we would have to close above 0.5352. We close above that, we'll confirm the bullish divergence, then we'd have to target these rejective highs right here, which is at around 94.95 cents. And that's a pretty significant move. That's like what? Let's see. I want to say 30 something percent. No, even more than that. That's like 50% from here.
But now, hang on. I'm sorry. Did you say
No.
you have to close above the 53-cent level?
Yeah, you have to close above this close, which is at 0.5352.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So if we close above that, we confirm the bullish divergence. I would target this 21 EMA first. I expect some resistance there, which is around 73 cents. But the reason I think it's not going to stop there is because we have bullish divergence within the bearish control zone. So at that point, we would have to target the bullish control zone. And right now, the bullish control zone, keep in mind, this number is going to go down. But right now, it's at $1.16. I feel it's going to come down to like right on the $1 level, 95-cent level, which is this level we're looking at right around here. And that's only if this bullish divergence gets confirmed. If we look at the VNP, once again, the VNP is a variation of the jewel, which adds volatility. We're getting that giving us a buy signal right now. Has it been confirmed? Let's see how many periods it's been. Yeah, so it's currently confirmed, and we're getting volatility expansion with it as well. So as long as that's happening, we have to assume this is a trending move to the upside, and this divergence will confirm. I would not, if I were to long at this point, I wouldn't long here because I feel like the easy move is already played out. I would have longed after this red candle, and this is the reason why I think nobody should buy one of these divergence indicators or these RSIs if they don't know how to identify divergence by themselves. Because now it's telling you that there's a possible bullish divergence, but the easy move is already played out because we've already hit the 55 EMA, or we're very close to it.
I see.
If you knew how to identify divergences by yourself, though, you would see that price was making lower lows, but RSI was making higher lows. So you would have been able to front run that. You won't be able to do it if you're just relying on the indicator to tell you. You have to be able to identify it by yourself, or else you're kind of fucked. You're just married to your indicators, and that's how you get wrecked. Let's see the daily. Nothing really on the daily. Daily, 2 day. Yeah, 2 day we have some bullish divergence here as well. But actually, no, we've invalidated because we made a local top right here. This is the main reason why I love this indicator. I can identify local tops and local bottoms by myself, but I have to look at the price and I have to see, okay, so we need closures above here or closures below here to confirm local bottoms, local tops. Whereas the indicator, I just look at it and it has these triangles. So it just quickly tells me that a local top or a local bottom has been confirmed. So the divergence has been invalidated currently because we have made a local top, but we made another local bottom as well. And if you look right here, this is somewhat of an inverse head and shoulders, but it's not the cleanest. It's kind of dirty. You can also see it as a regular head and shoulders. The reason why I think that the inverse will play out is because if you look at this head and shoulders, the neckline is right here, and we're about to break above the neckline. So you have to apply the same move to the downside as to the upside if the head and shoulders is invalidated. And right now, that would be the bullish control zone, and that level is at 81 cents, which is that level we were looking at before. And then the bullish critical zone is at $1.57. This number is also going to move down significantly after the next 2-day close, next 2 or 3 2-day closes. I think it's going to come down to somewhere around $1. But right now, it's at 157. Now I'm going to go to the HPDR, and I'll close it off on there. HPDR, by the way, is the historical price delta range. It uses the past, it depends on how many, what trading view subscription you have. If you have the free subscription, you get 5,000 bars of data. If you have the premium and the pro, then the pro, you get 10,000, and the premium, you get 20,000 bars of data. So it takes back the past 20,000 candles, and it gives you a historical probabilities of hitting the expansion targets to the upside and the downside.
It's a historical price range within all of the moving averages, right? And what else?
Yeah, so it uses the moving averages, it uses the stochastic, it uses the RSI, it uses a whole bunch of different things to give you these colored lines.
Oh, got it.
And each one of these colored lines represents a different level. Like you see over here, every single time it tested one of these levels, they found some major resistance. And the main one that it always likes to find resistance at is this yellow level. This yellow level is the 88.3%. Like right now, we got resistance there. We got resistance right there on all of these big moves. We're getting resistance at the 88.3. And the reason it does that is because you have to subtract these from 100. You only have an 11.7% chance of continuation.
To go higher.
Here. Yeah. So it gives you a much higher confidence trade because you have the statistics on it. I hate this word. Statistics on your side. Right now on the Joule, on the we're looking at 3R. I'll switch to the weekly. So on Super, on the HPDR, on the weekly, we're getting above this blue zone. We're basing above it, and we're finding some resistance at the 61.8% level. If we can break above the 61.8, which is currently at 64 cents, we have to target the 78.6, which is the number we were looking at before at 90 cents. So what I'd love to see is whenever my other setups align with the HPDR, so it gives me the highest confidence trades possible because I have the statistics behind it, and I have the technicals on the other setup behind it as well. So that tells you based off of that you have a 61.8% chance of hitting the next level, which right now is at 90 cents. Let's get the fib, but then I'll close it there at the level that I would be looking for us to close above to confirm a breakout. I gotta minimize this a little bit. There we go. Right now, we're finding resistance to the golden pocket. That's exactly where you'd expect to see some resistance. If it blasted straight through the golden pocket, it would be extremely bullish. Right now, you would expect to find some resistance there. And the perfect thing is that the golden pocket lines right up at this HPDR level at that 64 cent level. If we break above there, we'd have to target this 76.5 cent range, which is the 50% level. And that is what I consider the level to close above to confirm our breakout to the upside. If we close above this 50% level at 76.5 cents. At the very least, we're going to come up to this 95% range, which is currently, I'm not even comfortable saying this number right now because this is going to go down a lot, but this is over $3 at this point.
Get out of here.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah. This coin has only ever seen that those prices when it launched right around December of 2021, when the bear market started. So I would not even feel comfortable saying that we're going to go there. The most I would feel comfortable saying is that we would retest all-time highs, which right now is at all-time highs on this cycle, by the way, which is currently at $1.60 area. But we need a close over that 76.5 cent to confirm that. If we get that, then I would say, okay, the next couple of weeks, we probably go to somewhere around $1 to $1.50, maybe $1.60. But we need that confirmation first because right now we're still at resistance. And resistance is resistance until proven otherwise.
So we bullish on this bullshit? Kinda?
I would have been bullish before if you would have been able to spot the RSI divergence before it played out. But at this point, I would be looking for a confirmation of a breakout, and then I would long the retest. I would do nothing right here. I would just sit on my hands.
Yeah, just wait until you're above 76 cents for the most part, basically.
Because even then, the main thing about trading is you don't need to catch the whole move. All you need to catch is the meat of the move. So if it breaks above 76 cents, you target $1.50 area. That's a 100% gain. That's nothing to scoff at.
Yeah. I mean, this is something that I've learned with you guys. You don't want to take this entire like, oh, I'm gonna catch the bottom and sell at the top. It's like, dude, just confirm. Let me know we're going up. I'll get on the train, and at some point, I fucking do a dumperoo on the way up. I don't fucking care.
My laptop is dying. Let me plug it in real quick.
Do it up. Ok, tenemos acá ¿cómo se llama? Superverse, que es un shitcoin del creador Elliott Waves, me parece que es como se llama. Y estamos viéndolo en la diaria, lo voy a poner en la mensual para que puedan ver el historial del precio. El precio más alto que llegó a tocar fueron los 3.9. El día de hoy estamos cotizando en 62 centavos con 45. Voy a llevarnos rápidamente. Estamos rangueando entre el 9 y el 21. Podemos ver acá. Los voy a llevar a la semanal rápido. ¿Cómo de que no? Podemos ver, esta es la estructura. Tuvimos un cruce plateado aquí, donde el 21 se va por encima del 55 y eso te dio un movimiento potente desde el cruce hasta arriba de 750% de ganancias. Diría que bastante bien para cualquier persona que haya estado involucrado en esto, pero en este momento venimos de bajada y podemos ver cómo el 21 y el 9 cambian de lugar, que es señal de debilidad de precio, lo que te da la confirmación de que vienes para acá, creas este bajo, creas un bajo más bajo, y acá nos había dado una divergencia alcista que la gente ya tomó y estamos viendo cómo estamos retesteando en este momento el EMA 9 que está en los 63 centavos y también el 55 que está en 66. Normalmente estas son zonas de rechazo si estás en una tendencia bajista. Es importantísimo mantener un ojo acá, sobre todo en la semanal, porque estos son movimientos a temporalidad más grande, lo que te va a dar más seguridad de a dónde va el precio en una tendencia mediana. Mediana digo, no 2 años o 3 años, simplemente de 3 semanas a meses. Cuando volteamos a ver la diaria, acá es donde podemos empezar a dibujar lo que estamos viendo y esto podría ser un hombro, cabeza, hombro a la baja también. Y como podemos ver, tienes al 21 que había perdido y se había bajado del 9 y acá lo está retomando una vez más, lo que nos está diciendo que hay fuerza. Estamos justamente peleándonos con el 55, con el promedio del 55 que está en 61 centavos. Queremos cerrar arriba de esto, pero la realidad de Superverse es bastante sencilla. ¿Qué es lo que estamos buscando? Estamos buscando porque el movimiento de la divergencia alcista que empezó por acá, que nadie vio, ¿no? Y que también esto podría ser un fondo, por ejemplo, pero también, no sé, esto es un shitcoin, señores. ¿Qué estaba diciendo? Lo que estamos buscando simplemente con el precio de Superverse es que tengas un cierre hasta acá arriba de los 76 centavos. No estás buscando llevarte el movimiento desde abajo hasta arriba. No es la idea de cuando estamos invirtiendo. ¿Qué es lo que estamos buscando? Estamos buscando treparnos al tren ya que el tren lleva una dirección y te sales antes de que el tren pare. No tienes que llevarte toda la ganancia. Y la idea es, si llegas a meterte cuando tienes cierres semanales arriba del 76 centavos, esto probablemente vaya $1.05. Y al $1.05 de los 76 centavos es casi un 100%, para que tengas una idea. Entonces, por acá tenemos manos arriba, no la vamos a tocar, pero un cierre arriba de 76 centavos y luego un break a romper a la alza los 81 centavos, nos haría sentir bastante bien acerca del hecho de que esto va a ir a buscar el 1.5, 1.4, pero antes de eso tienes que pelearte con estas resistencias. Así que ahí lo están viendo en pantalla, tal cual. Vale, all right. Alex, we're doing AMD.
Cool. So I have AMD here on the daily. Just wanted to analyze it, put in a bearish retracement here, and I see here we're perfectly rejecting not only my mean line of $160.88, but also the golden pocket zone right here, the 6.5 and 6.18. Makes sense to reject here. This is a big level. If not only on my chart that I have it, but even on the Fib retracement, reclaiming this, 0.65 level would basically give us a target to 171. So, you know, it makes sense that we're getting some resistance right here. I just wanted to point that out. Now, let me go back and throw this on. And essentially what we're seeing now is looks just like Microsoft in the sense that, yes, we had the dump and we had a nice rally from wick low to wick high. Impressive rally of 32%. Kind of insane. The issue here is, to me, it's just looking like a bearish retest. You know, and oftentimes that is just what happens is you get these a really aggressive move down, and then you get an aggressive move up, and it gets shorts smoked and longs screwed. And then the actual decision makers here, is it going to reclaim for breakout or roll over for the bearish retest essentially? Because, you know, and that's why I'm always saying too, especially on Elite Trading Academy's Discord, like patience is very key. No trigger, no trade. You know, and this is why, because it can just mitigate the risk. As it stands now, we've lost the daily EMA 100. Not a good sign. Price wasn't even able to close above it. It went above and then rejected hard. So as it stands now, we have to look at $157.36 as resistance, with a possible maybe wick to 160. In my head, I view it then like 157 to 160 is the range. And also the SMA 200 solidifies that. Big level here for AMD. Yes, we're above the 9 and the 21, and we're getting that cross. Good sign. It would be better, though, if we can start reclaiming this major level on the daily and hold it. And that's why if you are bullish on this, it's an easy setup. As long as we're above, let's call it 160, then we are above the EMA 100 and the SMA 200. It gives bulls more steam. But if we're below these two major moving averages, along with meme support line, and also rejecting the golden pocket, probably not the best sign. So something to consider here. But, you know, the 9 is still holding. And AMD does like to hold the 21, the 9, especially in trending moves. You know, here and then anytime it dump, it just would hold the 21 and slowly grind up. But essentially, bulls just don't want, bulls don't want this to roll over and be potentially a lower high at resistance at the golden pocket zone. Losing the major moving averages would be picture perfect in my opinion. The weekly here, you know, you can see it catching resistance right at the 21. Well, it'll actually be quite interesting to me to see if the at least weekly can reclaim the 9. If it can't reclaim the 9 and rejects this resistance while falling back below, to me that won't be a good sign at all. And I'll still be you know, looking for this 10, just basically 109 to 110 level. You know, over time, of course. But to me, it's just like Microsoft, and the markets are kind of looking like this in equities, where we're getting more bearish formation patterns today than we've usually seen. And as it stands, we can't disregard the support that it held all these weeks. It broke down once, you know, consolidated, quick reclaim, and then for weeks held it. Went up, rejected, fell bound, broke down, quickly reclaimed this level. EMA 100 bounce on the weekly. This is where we'd expect a bounce. The question is it going to be sustained with actually getting a back above 160, or is this just is just a bearish retest? Let me go to the monthly. Yeah, very interesting monthly here. Had the potential, you know, to be a nice hammerhead, and still does for sure, especially since we have the wick body here. The issue, I guess, for bulls is they just don't want this to turn to a doji and get in this weird EMA range with the 9 and the 21. You know, it would make it the range tight, but also it wouldn't be the best sign because, you know, we want AMD to reclaim the 9. Reclaiming the 9 and consolidating is a welcoming sign. You know, consolidating after losing the 9 isn't a welcoming sign. You know, it's like it rallied up, it lost it, and then the actual rejection here. If we just go and analyze AMD through basically when it really started to move, you know, what has basically always been holding until we do get big breakdowns. It's the 9. You know, this would have been your first sign in January 2022. Little concerning here. This trap and then fell below, and then we went down. I mean, from this closing basis, let's just take it there, 50% move from this monthly 9. So, I know I talk about these levels a lot and it can seem redundant, but that's why, because it's easy to trade off these. They work well, and it does signal weakness. Let me see if there's any crosses here. Definitely not on the monthly, but maybe the daily. Let's take a look here. Let me turn the SMA 200 off. And so, like I said, the hopium here is the daily's getting that 9 essentially above the 21, but also, it's holding the 55. I don't trade off the 55, but I'd really focus on this 100 here. Price in these last 4 days are telling you this 100's a very key point. And it makes it always easier when it lines up almost with the meme line. It's only $2-3 away, so that's why I keep saying that 160 reclaims very, very key.
By the way, that's an insane number of like bearish candles put together side by side on like the last 4. The one that looks like a doji. Then you have your regular green indecisive candle. Then you have what's it called? An engulfing bearish candle. That's right. And now you have something that looks like a topping candle. So
no, that's a good point. Actually, you mentioned. You're right, actually, because this could have been a shooting star, but it wasn't. I'm unsure what this was. Not good though. It's never good when you get the red body closure, long wick body to small, very close to a shooting star. You're right, doji, and then the engulfing here with the potential retest, not retest, but the just rejection off the 100. Good eye, and it's not. Yeah, visually it doesn't look good. We're now just caught up here. There's no real trade as long as we're under 160, in my opinion. You don't want to be the guy longing here at resistance before we even come down. That wouldn't be smart. So something to be mindful of for sure. If I go to the weekly, I can see anything at all, any crosses. Nope. So I mean, what essentially bears want is us to basically reject here. They want us to reject. They want us to come down, close below the 9 potentially today. I mean, right now, price it would only be a $4.50 move down. Anything can happen. There's still 4 hours and 28 minutes, but essentially, bears want us to reject here. They'd prefer us to lose the 9, so this weekly can turn ugly into a potential top candle on the weekly, leading to that downside expansion, as well as BBWP is, basically expanding when it's above 16%. That's when volatility is expanding, but also it's almost correcting, and it looks ready to pop again. Very much like Microsoft too. Bearish retest, BBWP resetting, about to flip up, essentially giving bears momentum here. We also have the 2-week closing today. It's pretty big, and not a good sign if this 2-week doesn't close below above the 9. And also assuming the weekly EMA 9 gets lost, then the 2-week 21th loss. A lot of implications with that getting lost. Not a good sign. So I mean, watch very closely. I'm bearish on this chart as long as we're under 160. I'm not seeing any silver crosses. I'm seeing only the what's it called, 9 getting above the 21, which can be an implication. But in my opinion, I don't hold too much weight on this. Isn't like a silver cross. This is just our signal that there's strength, just like here, right? A little bit of strength, a little pop, but it didn't mean we went up and rallied. No. And then, essentially that's just, when I mention that, it doesn't mean we're going to pump. It just could give bulls more momentum. But as it stands, it looks rejective, and it looks like the 9 potentially could get lost today. If bears want to reject where we logically would reject. I mean, this hit our meme line, deviated the 100, came down. Now this is trekking up and basically testing this again, this EMA 100. Not a good sign. So, I mean, I would be looking for more downside if we do reject here. And, I do think we can easily come back to this $110 zone. Basically would fill this entire inefficiency up when we just went up only. Just like here, inefficiencies up are cool. Inefficiencies down get filled fast. And that's why when you're shorting, they often can pay you a lot quicker because you just get aggressive moves down. quickly.
Mhm.
So yeah, bearish until above 160. If we can get a back above 160 and hold it, great. I do think we can get a gap fill here, and I do think we can easily go back to the 180s. That'll be a very key spot for AMD. Not a good sign though. If we just look at it visually, it was holding this range. It broke down on the range, got the bounce, cool, rallied up. Now is it just flipping this range into resistance while also losing the EMA 100 and potentially rejecting the 2-week, the what's it called, 2-week EMA 9? Potentially, not the best sign. So if you're bullish, just wait for a 160 reclaim. To me, that seems like an easy metric because you know where you're wrong. If we start losing this 160, even if we're above the 9, I would just cut the trade because the theory would be we're going to range trade this back up to 180s. But if not, then we would reject the support flipped into resistance, and that's what we potentially see this week. So watch closely because not the best weekly candle, and this could turn ugly today if it wanted to. I mean, this is basically the perfect scenario for massive a massive red candle with a nice wick body down. So something to watch. I do think if we go to 130s, I don't think it's going to hold. And that's why I'm more in the camp to watch this zone, the 110 to 109 zone. Big move though. I know saying that it's a big move. I mean, percentage wise, it's 30% move. So, but if anyone's been watching AMD on the weeklies, it likes to put in big moves. So it makes sense that these ranges here are pretty big. Considering how big of a move Nvidia is. It's essentially just gone parabolic. So it makes sense, very much like Bitcoin. Watch this zone though, big zone, and watch the weekly. If let's say the weekly reclaims the 21, right, but it's still below the 160. That's fine. You then just would want that consolidation.
Yeah.
Holding these levels though, and if the weekly reclaims the 21, then it most likely means that it's reclaiming the EMA 100. Now it's an easy trade because if then we reclaim 160 while we get those two things getting reclaimed, maximum confidence to long, and you know where you're essentially where you are wrong. But we can't disregard this, and we're at resistance, and it's slightly rejecting now. So
perfect.
And it's
so
rejecting
much.
the golden pocket zone on the fib retracement too.
Fucking extraordinary. Yeah, it looks very not very, but it looks bearish to me. Like
it can correct more for sure.
Yeah. Well, let's have some fun with it. And the next one for you, USD CRC. Okay. No idea what that is. Must be the Colombian fucking peso or some shit. Okay. Let us go. Aquí está. AMD los voy a poner acá, obviamente, en la mensual para que lo puedan ver. Pueden ver cómo ha estado en esta absoluta tendencia alcista el precio, pero cuando nos acercamos un poco, podemos empezar a ver que estamos una vela súper de tope por acá. Estás creando un alto más bajo y en este momento esta vela que se está formando en la semanal, si sigue bajando el precio o baja tantito más, se va a convertir también en una vela de tope y probablemente el precio se revierta a la baja. Rápidamente prendo mis indicadores para que los puedan ver. Tenemos el 9 y el 21. El 21 está rechazando el precio y el 9 está por encima en la semanal. El precio de AMD está en 154.74. Niveles importantes a tener en mente: 160, abajo 145 y hasta abajo $116. ¿Por qué? Porque estamos viendo como literalmente en la semanal perdemos el 21, tuviste este cruce a la baja, lo que significa un poco de debilidad cuando el 21 va por encima del 9 y el 9 cae una vez más. Aquí estás viendo un poco de debilidad en precio y eso te diría que, pues, ¿qué podría pasar, mano? ¿No? El precio había retomado acá un poco había rebotado encima del EMA 100, dando a todo el mundo un mega susto después de que lo perdió, intentando fingir a todos que se iba al 200, pero no se fue al 200 y se viró a la alza. Pero cuando volteamos a ver la diaria, nos pone varias cosas en contexto. Uno, una vez más, vean simplemente la tendencia bajista y cómo ni siquiera hemos podido volver a tocarlo por acá. Dos, cuando nos acercamos, podemos ver que aquí tenemos un cruce plateado a la baja, un silver cross a la baja en esta zona, lo que nos llevó hasta este punto, y eso fue literalmente una deliciosa caída de 25%, casi 26%, una vez que se dio el cruce. Aquí estamos viendo cómo el 9 y el 21 se doblan. Esto es una buena señal para el precio, nos da un poco de sentimiento de que va a haber fuerza, pero atención, en la diaria hay muchas cosas muy interesantes pasando. Una, esta vela que se ve bastante fea, que es un poco de un doji junto con un topping candle, ¿no? Es la primera. Dos, tienes un doji por completo de incertidumbre aquí con la verde. Tienes una vela envolvente bajista en esta roja, lo pueden ver ahí. Y aquí, si el precio baja un poco más, y sobre todo si lo vemos en la de 2 semanas, ¿no? Déjame ver si tengo acá 3 months, 2 weeks. No tengo 2 weeks, like date range. Si volteamos a verlo, el precio en la de 2 semanas, en la tabla de 2 semanas, podemos ver que literalmente estamos siendo rechazados por el EMA 9 que está aquí arriba. Y es acá donde es importante esto. Si no podemos retomar esto lo rechaza y bajas al 21 en el de las 2 semanas, vas a formar en la semanal una vela bastante bajista que va a continuar el movimiento y la tendencia de lo que estás viendo atrás. Y eso te podría llevar tranquilo a los 144. ¿Qué es lo que tienes que esperar si eres alcista en AMD? Puedes romper contundentemente los $160 que están encima de esta línea y eso te pone encima del EMA 9, del 21 y de todos los demás, lo que le daría fuerza. Y de ahí lo que tienes que esperar es romper los 170 a la alza. Una vez que hagas eso, puedes esperar romper esta zona de los 186 y voltearte a buscar nuevos máximos históricos. Pero por ahora tu zona importante está en los 170. No se ve muy alcista esto que digamos. Yo creo que Alex y yo también estamos de acuerdo que esto es algo bajista y que podría ser la continuación. O sea, ve esta vela y la fuerza que lleva. Está un poco formando los patrones que hemos visto en todas las demás tablas, como la de Microsoft, algo bajista. Así que, alrighty, forehand. You want to go with Boyle, which is an ETF.
What are we
ETF.
boiling?
We're basically boiling the world with some natural gas, like the good old-fashioned way.
All right, let me share my screen. I already got the chart pulled up. I can't lie.
Wait.
This thing looks absolutely dog shit.
I know, dude. It's natural gas, and that's the problem. People want to just get in it, thinking that, oh, it's time. It's not time yet. It's not time. This does look like absolute fucking mega dog shit. Thank you. Wow.
It looks. Let me remove the HPDR so it makes it easier to see.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
It's a free fall.
Just like UNG. Natural gas just keeps getting fucked.
This thing does not. This thing does not know what an uptrend looks like.
No, and over time they go to zero because they're ETFs, right?
It's literally never seen an uptrend. It's been in a downtrend on the weekly since the inception, since 2011.
Yeah.
Good Lord, I don't know why anybody would want to trade this aside from being short on this type of shit.
You buy the rips though. You when you see gas bottoming down, you can actually buy this and make a lot of money on the little pumps. But like I said, because it's an ETF of something in the real world, because you're adding more buying every time you get more people in, and you have to produce more of these, they're mathematically going to zero.
Yeah, so like most people's ideology on ETFs, like, oh, there's an ETF, there's way more now there's more places to buy, more buying pressure is going to come in. What the people don't realize is that when there's an ETF, yeah, sure, true, there's more places to buy, but now there's more places to sell as well.
Yeah.
And on a chart like this, everybody is selling this shit, dude. Everybody is selling this shit.
No fucking doubt.
We're getting a rejection of the bottom of the blue zone with the 5 EMA right now, which is one of the worst signs that you will ever see. If we cannot even break above the 5 EMA, it's telling you that this trend is very strongly towards the downside. We look at the momentum indicators right now. Momentum is starting to flip back up from the very extreme levels, so the volatility is flipping down. So whenever this happens, this setup, you have to target the median with a high statistical probability of hitting the median. Right now, the median is at right around $11.77. After We have about like 4 hours, 15 minutes before this weekly closes. After it closes, this median is going to come down. Very likely it's going to align with this 9 EMA, which is currently at $11.22. At that point, I would be looking for a rejection and continuation of trend, because every single time that we've rejected we went above the 5, we rejected the 9, massive dump. This time we deviated, we went to the 21, we went back to the 9, rejected it, massive dump. I would expect the same thing to happen again. Maybe we go up to the 9. At that point, the 21 will come down to this top of the blue zone. That would be like $13.40. That's the most possible hopium that I can provide, is that if the 21 EMA comes down here and we close above the 9, then we can probably go to $13. But I would look for that to be just one of these things again, where we retest it, deviate below it, and then get a massive dump again. Every single time we've done it, let's get a number from the last time that we did it. That we deviated below, we ended up getting a 66 or 67% move down. Every single time that we've retested one of these major EMAs, we've always had a massive dump afterwards. And the trend is your friend, so you have to assume the trend is going to continue until it doesn't. We look at our jewel right now. On the weekly, the jewel is starting to try to flip back up. It's on a neutral signal right now. To confirm this neutral signal, we have to and switch to a buy signal. We have to close above the 61.8, which right now is at $8.85. If we close above there, we'll flip to a buy signal, and then I think we can go back up to that $13 area, which is around that 21 EMA when it moves down. But I would very, very comfortably say that we're probably going to reject there, and the trend will continue. If you go to the daily right now, momentum is pointed freshly towards the downside and is breaking into the bearish control zone, while volatility is pointed up. So it's telling us that this is not a corrective move. This is a continuation of trend. And we should be looking for momentum to break to the upside. Right now, we're finding resistance at the 61.8% level. The reason why this is significant is because we only have a 38.2% chance of breaking below here. So if we're finding some resistance here, and we can't even break above here, that tells you that this asset is extremely weak and we're probably going to go down. And we have a little bit of a gap right here at around $8.70. Very likely, if we keep projecting here, we're going to come back, fill that gap, maybe get a little bit of an anemic bounce, retest this $9 area. At that point, I think we would go sharply down after that. Let's see if I can get any targets from there. Yeah, I'd be looking somewhere around $6.75 if that happens. If you continue to reject here and end up breaking down, I would say that we're very likely going to come somewhere around that $6.74 area. Let me switch to my RSI chart, and then I'll end it off there for divergences. What was the ticker again? Boyle?
Yeah, Boyle.
Ugh, this looks so bad on the RSI right now. I'm trying to make this look right.
Damn it, I was muted. made a great joke. You guys missed it. Can't repeat it.
All right, so right now on the weekly on the RSI, we have multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence, and we have one that's about to confirm in 4 hours and 12 minutes. The only way to invalidate this hidden bearish divergence is that you would have to close above $10.87, which right now we have 4 hours left. Doesn't seem like that's going to happen. Very likely that hidden bearish divergence is going to play out. And because we have so many drives in the weekly, I would safely say that we're probably going to go down to that $6.75 number. If you look on the 5-day, we also have hidden bearish divergence on the 5-day about to confirm. We have hidden on the 3-day already confirmed hidden bearish divergence. 2-day confirmed hidden bearish divergence. Daily, we have some bullish divergence, but we're finding some rejection at this median zone. So I would expect that higher time frame hidden bearish divergence to eventually play out once it is confirmed. But right now, we have hidden bearish divergence on multiple time frames, telling us that the trend continuation is very likely to continue towards the downside, because this thing has gone down only since its inception. And it's not wise to assume that it will reverse trend other than assuming that it will continue with the trend.
Amen, dude. And it's going to continue all the way to fucking zero whenever it's fucking ready to go there. So I'll be sharing this right now, and let's get it. Thank you. And sorry, you had to look at the worst chart ever.
Miss Warren said that crypto is too predatory and risky. I'm sorry. Can you please look at this?
That whore bag has no idea what she's talking about. By the way,
no offense. My favorite name is Pocahontas.
Elizabeth Warren.
Bro is a natural comedian.
Dude, Donald Trump is the greatest. He is the greatest and he'll bring it home. Okay, let's do this. I got Boyle. Tengo Boyle acá para ustedes. Esto es un ETF de gas natural. Me quiero echar para atrás, o sea, en la tabla para enseñarles, pero obviamente viene en caída libre desde el principio en su incepción. Casi todos los ETFs van a ir a cero a largo plazo. ¿Por qué? Porque simplemente emites más a través del tiempo y no hay paridad uno a uno relacionada con el asset, ¿ok? Y eso hace que mientras más personas entren y puedan comprar más de estos ETFs, también más personas puedan también vender estos ETFs y eso puede resultar en lo que ves, que es simplemente comprar de repente cuando ves la oportunidad de ver estos alzones o también shortear cuando ves estos bajones. Lo que estamos viendo acá con Boyle, que es un ETF de gas natural, una vez más, es simplemente la debilidad. Quiero que vean, estamos en la diaria. Esto, el naranja es el 55, el amarillo es el 21, tienes un cruce plateado a la baja acá, pero acá arriba tienes una señal de debilidad potente antes de que eso pase cuando el 21 se va por encima del 9 y el 9 cae. Y ahí te empieza a decir, hay debilidad, acá te dice, güey, va a haber una masacre y acá estás hasta abajo, ¿no? El precio que está cotizando Boyle en este momento es 9.20. El fondo del precio a lo más barato que ha llegado es 8.15, 8.17. Y en este momento estamos peleándonos con el alto local en los 10.88. ¿Qué es lo que buscamos si somos alcistas? Bastante sencillo en esta tabla. Lo único que quieres, uno, para empezar, hay varias divergencias bajistas en el RSI, para que lo tengan en mente. Hay bastantes y todas se van a dar si el precio no puede cerrar arriba de esta línea en los 10.88. Una vez más, el precio está en 9.20 y arriba vas a tener como resistencia probablemente el IMI 9 que está en los 9.81, el 21 que está en los 10.22 y de ahí tienes que ir a pelearte con el tope en los 10.86. Quedan 4 horas y 8 minutos para que no se den todas las divergencias bajistas en el precio y de nuevo pueda cerrar aquí arriba. ¿Lo va a hacer Boyle? Creemos que no. Creo que hay debilidad en el sector del gas natural y sobre todo cuando lo comparas con el asset en sí mismo. Pueden verlo acá, lo que habíamos platicado, ¿no? Cuando estábamos analizando UNG, pueden ver cómo venimos a la media de este canal, lo respetó perfectamente, tuvimos un doble tope y tienes este bajón y acercándonos un poco más podemos ver estos cruces como el cruce plateado a la baja por acá y acá como el 9 y el 21 tuvo tantita señal de fuerza y aquí está a punto de perder absolutamente toda esa fuerza y virarse a la baja. Lo que me dice que probablemente el gas natural vaya a bajar más y sobre todo cuando lo estoy viendo en la semanal, quiero que vean esto. Esta es la de 2 semanas, ¿ok? Como estamos en el canal, lo respetamos y ahora estamos cayendo del canal. Y como estamos saliendo y cayendo del canal, y también fuiste a intentar meterte una vez más al canal, te rechazó y te está mandando a la baja. Gas natural, primer objetivo, se va al $2.1 y de ahí, si rompemos esta zona, muy probablemente vayamos a visitar el 1.5, que son los mínimos que hemos hecho localmente no hace mucho tiempo. Así que pongan atención, sobre todo cuando pueden ver acá la clara tendencia bajista en la que está el precio. Y eso es lo que es. Es lo que estamos viendo en Boyle y a través del gas natural. Así que, ojo. Y de nuevo, no se me desesperen también. Yo veo que a todo el mundo, ya entro a Rivian, ya entro a comprar esto. Güey, le sacamos como 40, 50% a todo lo que nos metimos a este año. A todo. A todo. A veces esperar es lo correcto. Sé que te encantaría tener tu dinero y estar viendo la tabla y metido ahí. Pero ¿por qué? ¿Cuál es la prisa? ¿No? ¿Cuál es la prisa? No sé por qué estoy hablando como si fuera Donald Trump en este momento. Pero bueno, vamos a la siguiente tabla. Alex, we're ready for you.
Let's
For
go.
USDRC and foreign, we got BDX for you. BDX.
CRC. Okay, cool. I was like, did I get the wrong chart?
Sounds like
BDX sounds like a porn website.
It does sound like a porn website, but it also sounds like a bad supplement. like a bad supplement workout, like get BDX and burn all the fat in your pre-workout. Like BDX only for the best. Sorry,
I don't know what websites you're looking at for in BDX, and I didn't get that idea.
All you guys need is just switch over to beef only. It'll improve it'll skyrocket your testosterone.
It's
That's
true.
though. It's true.
People don't understand about, like, by the way, everyone is so against it because they've been told that meat kills you along with eggs. Cholesterol is so bad.
Oh,
For you.
and butter too. They
Butter,
think butter
dude.
kills you too.
Butter too. So to me, I'm having like my breakfast, right? Coffee with butter, and everyone's like, "What are you doing? You're gonna have a heart attack." Then I have eggs with bacon, like 5-7 eggs with bacon. Everyone's like, "You're eating the whole egg?" Yeah, and also the whole bacon, motherfucker. And then for dinner, I'll have 2 ribeye steaks or 1 ribeye steak with eggs, another burger patty, and everyone's like, "You're gonna die of a heart attack." Meanwhile, everyone's fucking obese.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, it makes no sense, but that's what they know.
I'm over here thinking like check my blood work, check your blood work. I bet mine's is better than yours.
The thing is, they think that cholesterol is a bad marker, LDL and the other one, and they're not. Like, since we had a drop in cholesterol, we've had more heart attacks and more obese people than ever. What's killing
people,
you is sugar.
Right. Eggs have good cholesterol.
Yeah.
Like, it's funny when people are like, "Oh, you can't eat too many eggs, too much cholesterol." I used to be all about that biohacking. That's what I call it, biohacking.
Yeah.
I think it's very smart. Everyone should look into that because my trades are better when I feel better because my success is a byproduct of me.
Absolutely.
US dollar to Costa Rican colon.
Holy
chart.
shit. That's what that is.
So here we are. I mean, not a lot of data we're working with. It did that. So I'm working with this range now. This is what I see. Okay. So there's one thing here. It's a good sign that we're still holding this green line. Let me zoom in a little bit more. It's currently right now at $518. So that's a welcoming sign. You can see for the past 3 months, this has been the spot we've held. Yes, we've wicked below it, but every time we've closed above. That's something that we first want if you're bullish. Second thing, even if we hold this 518, you don't want this 9 to get lost. I mean, if we go and look, it's basically been under the 9 for 2 years, like since July 2022. Reclaiming this was good, and then basing off of it is welcomed for sure. So you as a bull wouldn't, if you were bullish and you had a bias that this was going to go up, it's really simple. Then your monthly take would be, yeah, we're not losing this 9 after reclaiming it. Losing this 9 and rejecting here wouldn't be good. And it just basically solidify what bulls have been experiencing this entire time down, which is it's a strong downtrend. So there's some hopium there is that, okay, there is a shift because we haven't reclaimed this 9 in 2 years, and we're holding it for more than 2 closures. We just want this to keep holding now. For a chance to go to $538. I'm not expecting big squeezes on this chart anytime soon. Maybe a bigger squeeze if we break like $550. This last monthly rejection high in July 2023. But other than that, yeah, because we still have the 21 here. And the funny part is about this, we have this the 21's now above the 9, but also when was the last time we even touched the 21 of the monthly? I mean, you can argue it's right when we lost the 9, we broke down, rallied to the 21, and this 21 rejection sparked this entire move down, unable to even wick to it. So, we can't disregard this 21 not even being tapped yet. Good sign, the 9 is reclaimed. Great sign, hasn't happened in 2 years. Can't disregard this. So, and that's at $538. That's the monthly. The 3-month I wanted to bring up real quick because very much like how we're getting this monthly, or we did already get it right here, this cross. This was basically, it happened in December of 2022. The 3 months actually freshly crossing 2 right here, which is weak. That's weakness. And it tells me to lines up with that monthly 21 level right at like 550. I mean, this would be the 3-month EMA 9. Massive level. And we've never tested it since losing it. And the reason I'm saying this is because we might be able to look good, but this chart has so much repairing. It's going to be really extremely hard for bulls to get any kind of actual bull bias on this. Because even now the 9 is not, it's well now under this last rejection high. So even if we came all the way up, it still in my book wouldn't break this high here, which would be key. Rolled over, it could just be another lower high. Let me go now to like the weekly. And the weekly is cool because it's closing in 6 hours. So at least we'll have more data. Last week we lost. We basically were in this range for a few weeks. We broke down. This looks like a failed breakdown. This week's very interesting to see where it's going to close. It looks like a bullish hammerhead right now on the weekly. Still, 6 hours to go. But what I do like is it is holding the 9 and the 21. When I see something like this, it gives me implications that, or at least it gives me more confidence that the monthly probably does keep holding the 9, and we might have a shot at this 21 essentially. We're getting, the quarterly EMA 9, the monthly 21. It's really simple how I use EMAs. If we reclaim the 9 and hold it, we'll find resistance here. We break that. We have to look at the 21 as the next stop. And that's kind of what I'm seeing here. So when I'm seeing it on the weekly as well, where we're getting this almost like a big level here, right on that 538 to 550, it just solidifies what I said, which is, yes, even if we have an impressive rally up, there's still many, many, many levels that price has to reclaim to even get a major bull bias on actually going up harder. As it stands though, yes, we're above the 9 to 21 right now on this weekly. Will be very key to see here. What bulls don't want is this 9 to reject, and then we fall below. As it stands though, it doesn't seem likely because there's strength in this candle. I could see worst case forming a doji right in the middle of the 9 and the 21. But ideally, if it's holding this green line, this green meme line, we can argue that it is forming an SFP. I confirm those when we actually do reclaim the trending moving averages. But yeah, we don't want this to rally up, bearish retest, breakdown. So this would essentially, bears want this to keep going down. Them reclaiming this with a bullish hammerhead after losing this range that it's been holding for a few weeks now. It's a check in the bull's court for sure, especially with how the monthly is showing. We have not been above this 9 in a very long time. So that's another check. We just need to get some sustained momentum and actually hold. 550 for me is a big level on this chart. If you can get back above 550, we not only reclaim this weekly, what was it? It was the weekly EMA 100, the monthly EMA 21. But we also break this high here, right here. This last rejection high before we created the lower low. Would be a promising sign. I'd look at 550 to hold if it was able to even break out. Still unsure. Now the daily, daily's not looking bad. The SFP is essentially more evident when we go on lower time frames. So you see the failed breakdown, lost the EMA 100, came down a bit, quick buyback, got well above the EMA 100, leading to a nice pump above the 21, the 9. Now basing off the 21, it's a good sign. Ideally, you just want this momentum to be sustained, especially into the closure. This would be the point where, bulls are trying to break out and tap these highs here, break this last rejection high. That'd be great. And bears are trying to get this to roll over before they can break this 526, 527 region. It's like a battle of bulls and bears right now. That's kind of how I see it. And, if you're someone who likes the range trade, well, this is an easy range. We failed to break down. We're back in the range. Usually when that happens, statistically, we have a lot greater chance of hitting this $530 region. Out of curiosity here, if I go to a weekly and put a fib retracement to the downside, let me see. And I will I'll use this high here, this last swing high. I'm just out of curiosity, seeing maybe we get any more confluence around that 530 to 550 mark. If we do a bearish retracement here to this range low close, if it wants to do it. No. Un momento, perfect. So you can see here, the 0.5, basically a big level before we reach that golden pocket. is at 522. So that's kind of where we're getting resistance around. But what I like about this and why I wanted to bring it up is because, yeah, where's that golden pocket zone right now? It's right at 530 to 528. Major area in the chart. So if we can start reclaiming that, a good sign, great sign actually, because it just basically reclaims all the levels I've been talking about on the more higher time frames. But yeah, as it stands, daily looks good. You want this 526 to 530 to break, and then you want it to hold. Basically these rejection highs, that was resistance, breakdown. You want this to be a failed breakdown, reclaim to expansion up. But we can't look at higher targets than just like 550 for maximum upside, in my opinion. And that's just because of where everything's lining up on the higher time frames. That's the issue with these charts. You can get nice squeezes, you can get nice moves, mean reversion bounces, but that's all they generally are, especially when something's been this, and basically structure's been so broken for so long. And we know it's broken because of how the quarterly looks. The quarterly is telling us a story, and that's not a good story. And even if it went to $550, let's say, around that zone, keep in mind that's a big move for Forex. So 4.5% move's a nice move. That basically only take us right to that 9. We haven't ever tested it since breaking down. We would then expect this to get majorly rejected and going lower. Why? Because the trend's your friend, and it's been heavily down. And this quarterly is bad, and we're getting that nice cross. Doesn't mean anything too crazy, but what happened here when the 9 crossed above the 21 on the quarterly? This was where we basically crossed, and then you can just see for yourself it kind of went up in that trending manner. Now we're getting into the downside. So watch the zones here. Right where it's at right now is major resistance, especially it was on the monthly chart. Major resistance right here with the 21. Hopium though is this, that we can't disregard this even if the trend is down. It's welcoming to see the monthly 9 get reclaimed. This is a shift in structure in my opinion. Something holding it down for 2 years, now reclaiming and basing on top of it, going right near our meme line support, solidifies this zone for us. So watch closely, especially if we lose that, won't be a good sign at all. If it keeps holding it, then there is hopium that we can at least go and test this 100. And at that point, in my opinion, I do think this thing will be capped around 540 to 550 upside. I don't think it's going to break its golden pocket right around that zone too. But watch closely, and the daily is not looking bad if you guys want more lower time frame. With Forex, I do like just going more macro because if the lower time frames we go, the more easier it is to get chopped. But as it stands, failed breakdown, reclaimed it. If we go and back test this 518 would be fine. We just want that to hold. And then the idea would be it wicks down and then reclaims the 21 again. There is strength with bulls as long as we are above the 21 of the 9. But strength meaning we could just go back and we just are in a range again. So 528 would be the next zone. Overall, though, that's all I see with this chart. Let's just real quick, just because I'm curious, let me just check BBWP, straighten this out real quick. Let me just check BBWP on the quarterly, and you can see it's at extremes. So, consolidation would be welcomed here, especially with it at extremes. It's only ever really been at extremes for, a few moments in its history when it was going parabolically up, and now it's going down. Before I sign off, I just want to check the BBWP on the weekly. Yep, so it's breaking down below in that mid zone, but it could start curving up here. We'll see. And then I'm sure the weekly then is more pointed up. Nope, it's still in that corrective posture as well. So not really getting anything with volatility. We can go and look at the Bollinger Bands, especially more on the quarterly, and they are still expanding down. So don't really have much else to say. It's not looking the best. The monthly, though, the hopium is on the monthly, so don't disregard that. But then I do think we'll be capped around that 550 to 530 mark, especially with how the weekly looks. So, if you're playing this, cool. But yeah, just know what you're dealing with, which is a major downtrend, not a good looking currency. And on top of that, Yeah, I mean, structure's just been so broken. You can't expect life-changing money with this
Not with
basic
this.
coin. Yeah, I mean, even it going here would be only a 4% move. So I mean, that's it. I would just look at this only as corrective if we get here. Reclaiming this though high would be a good sign. In the sense that okay, now we're potentially breaking the trend to down to up if we can break that. The assumption would be this was the low, we come up, this is the higher low, we break up, we break this last lower high, and then you'd want that to base. And luckily for everyone, that comes in right around that weekly EMA 100. So you know if we start reclaiming this, assuming it doesn't keep coming down, which it will, but assuming whatever time factor this is within a month or whatever, it still stays around this zone. So you can kind of have an easy invalidation, and visually it makes sense because if you just drew a line here, this is the place bulls want to take down, and it's just perfectly right there. So something to watch for sure. Pretty bearish on the trend is still your friend. So only hopium I could see honestly was the monthly reclaiming the 9. That's it.
Yeah, it looks fucking terrible. And also, why the fuck is the Costa Rican peso out of nowhere gonna turn around and like beat the dollar? Like, what is Costa Rica doing these days that is so crazy that their economy is gonna absolutely blow the fuck up? Right? That's
exactly. No, exactly.
That's it. I mean, I don't know. There could be something, you know, maybe Costa Ricans are making more delicious bananas or something that I'm not aware of. Like, we got to see, we got to be patient, but it's just, it looks terrible. Terrible, terrible. Thank you, sir. And whenever Farhan's back, I'll do that. But for now, I can do this.
Perfect.
Ok. Tenemos acá el USD-CRC. Y quiero que vean cómo se llama esto. Es el dólar contra el Costa Rica, contra el colón de Costa Rica. Y así se ve esto, como el colón de Costa Rica. Este gráfico empieza más o menos en el 2006. No entiendo por qué, honestamente. Nunca había visto algo así. Empieza esto desde el 97 y tiene este movimiento, no tenemos idea, así que no me voy a hacer el cuento ahí, yo lo veo como datos inservibles en este gráfico, pero lo que sí podemos ver es que estamos yendo en un rango, estamos tradeando en este rango de los 686. Podrías decir que hasta acá abajo, pero honestamente esto lo tocó una vez y pueden ver lo predatorio que es. Les estoy enseñando un gráfico de 3 meses. Cada vela son 3 meses, son de cuarto, ¿no? Entonces 4 velas son un año. Hemos visto que por básicamente desde el 2022 hizo tope en contra del dólar esta moneda y desde entonces ha estado en caída potente. Cuando prendemos los indicadores nos damos cuenta que estamos abajo de todo y apenas está populando el promedio de los 100. Estás viendo el 9 caer bajo el 59, lo que esto a mí me dice que va a haber debilidad en el precio, como lo hizo aquí arriba con el 21 y el 9. El 9 bajando de acá me dice que a futuro, dentro de un año, esto se va a ver en el culillo. Pero cuando volteamos a ver al gráfico mensual, el gráfico mensual nos dice algo interesante. Y eso es que recuperamos el promedio de la 9 con estas velas. 1, 2, 3. Y estos son 3 cierres mensuales por encima del 9. En este momento te estás peleando con el 9. El precio de esto contra el dólar son 520. Me imagino que por $1 te dan 520 de esta moneda, de 520 colons. Perdón, tengo 15 años. Tenemos una zona bastante importante que no queremos romper a la baja en los 518. Y estamos una vez más encima del EMA 9, el promedio de los 9 días. Esto es bastante importante porque no lo ha hecho desde cuándo. O sea, lleva literalmente desde que lo perdió, que fue acá en agosto del 2022. Y cada que lo recupera tiene buenos movimientos. Ahora, te voy a decir que tiene movimientos potentes a la alza. Sí, 20% y para hacer una moneda bastante bien. Pero lo que estamos viendo ya que nos acercamos acá y ponemos la semanal, déjenme se las actualizo, es esto. 1, estamos encima del 21. 2, el 9 por fin cruzó del 21 para arriba y el 9 está acá y estamos encima del 9. Muy probablemente, y lo que esperamos, porque si los pongo en la diaria, literalmente está rangueando, lo que estamos esperando es ir a buscar este EMA 100, si es que seguimos por encima de estos promedios. Tu siguiente objetivo son los 524 por dólar. De ahí quieres romper los 528 y acá tienes un punto pivote bastante importante en los 547. no hay muchos datos que pueda sacar de esto más que literalmente esto. Fuera de esto no hay más opinión. Pues se ve bajista a través del tiempo, pero creemos que por ahora sí podría ir a buscar este objetivo acá en los 550 por dólar. Así que es lo que tenemos para ustedes. Vamos a darle Farhan with the BDX. And 1 second.
My bad. I was finishing my banana.
Oh, good for you. You were having one of those Costa Rican bananas that he's going to make their coin legendary. That's pretty impressive.
Somebody had to do it.
Somebody had to do it. Somebody had to do it. I'm the chosen one. I'm practicing still.
Hey,
what was I going to say?
Yours is pretty good.
Oh, it's
Gotta
good.
work so much
Oh, it's
more.
good.
I appreciate it. Nvidia, Alex.
Ah, cool.
All right, BBX on the weekly.
BDX.
BDX or BBX?
No, it's BDX. BDX,
BDX.
like on screen. Beckton Dixon and Company. We have
Dixon and Company, huh?
We have never analyzed this shit.
I'm sorry, I'm too immature for these type of names.
Me too. This is the worst range I've ever seen in my life.
God, this thing does not look good at all.
Ugh.
We have a silver cross to the downside that we confirmed in November 2023, and ever since then, we've been deviating above the 21, hitting the 55, and just continuing the trend towards the downside. We've been having this
Wait,
consolidation.
share
over
your
here.
screen.
Oh, my bad.
Oh, I thought he was. I was about to say I've never seen your chart so naked, Fawn.
Yeah, no, that's me, baby.
Yes.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you got fucked. Let me get it. Let me get it up. There you go.
Yeah, so
Ready.
we had a silver cross to the downside that confirmed in around November of 2023. Ever since then, we've been testing the 21, deviating above it, hitting the 55, deviating right below, and just continuing the move towards the downside, and just been consolidating right here in this range. And whenever you see consolidation for this long, from November of 2023 all the way to up till now, that's like what 9 months of consolidation. You would expect a very big move after that. And we look at our momentum indicators right now. Momentum is starting to shift back to the upside, but it's very slightly positive, where volatility is trying to flip back up as well. We look at the jewel. We have a fresh signal with the pink cross above the yellow, and we have the jewel switching to a buy signal on the cyan. So we should expect a little bit of a move up from here based on those, where momentum is pointed up, volatility is supporting it, as long as we're above this median. The median right now is $231. That's the invalidation, because you always have to have an invalidation no matter how good it looks. You can always be wrong. The invalidation is a weekly close below 231. But as long as we're above 231 on the weekly close, I would have to target the 61.8% level, which is right around this 200 SMA. At this point right now, that is around $245 to $246. If we do go up there, I would consider that an opportunity to short it, because the trend is still to the downside and the trend is your friend. So what I would do is I would open up a short here at $245, and I would have a weekly stop loss at a weekly close above this 200 SMA. Because if it closes above this, we're very likely going to go much higher. We're going to go test this area right here around $260. So I wouldn't want to be in for that. But if we do reject this 200 SMA, we're going to end up getting a dump afterwards, because as you see, every single time we rejected the 200 SMA, we tested the bottom of the blue zone every single time. Right now, the bottom of the blue zone is sitting at $222.25. So if we do continue to reject there, I would say that we're very likely going to go down to test that area. I hate how what is this? What is going on? Let's switch to the daily. Daily right now, momentum is trying to break back up. It's at the middle zone, while volatility is at extreme lows. This is the lowest volatility has been since around May of 2024, when we had this massive dump from $237 all the way down to, what number is this here? $218. It doesn't seem like a lot, but for a company like this, like, it's a good amount. And it gets people freaking out. It gets people selling. It says that it gets people like massively bearish, only for price to mean revert back to the upside, make another lower high, and destroy all the shorts again. Right now on the jewel, we're flipping from on the daily, we're flipping from a buy signal to a neutral signal. The only way to revert this neutral signal and switch it back to a buy signal is we have to close above this daily open, which right now is at $236. We have 3 hours and 40 minutes left. Very unlikely that happens, but if it does happen, then it'll switch back to a buy signal. We'll switch to the RSI and look at any divergences.
I bet it's going to have lots of bearish divergences.
Right now on the weekly, there is a couple of drives of bullish divergence, but it's finding resistance here at the median, at the middle zone. So like it's not the best sign whenever you have that divergence, this many drives of bullish divergence, and you can't even break above the middle zone. That tells you that that this is a very weak asset, and the divergence is only going to take you up to the next lower high and make another correction, and then before the trend continues back towards the downside. You see right here, like every single time we made a divergence, all we did was test the 55, and we rejected it every single time. We go down, we go up to the monthly. Monthly, we have some bearish divergence, but the most of it is played out because we made a local top right here. We still don't have a local bottom. So until we have a local bottom, this bearish divergence in the monthly is still going to continue to play out. The only way to reverse that bearish divergence is that we have to close 2 closes above this candle's close right here, which this one is at $241. If we get 2 closes above $241, then the bearish divergence is invalidated, and we can continue to go back from the upside from there. But until then, we have to assume that the bearish divergence is still valid. We go to the quarterly right now. On the quarterly, we have multiple drives of bearish divergence right here, and we have not even played the easy target out yet. We've hit the middle zone, but we don't have a local bottom yet. The way to get a local bottom is you need 2 closes above this candle's open, which right now is at $247. So if you get 2 closes above $247, the monthly bearish divergence is invalidated. But until then, we have to assume that it's still going to be active and it's still going to play out. And to get a target on that, let's see what we can get. That's giving me somewhere around $133.50 if that bearish divergence does continue to play on the monthly. Keep in mind, this number is going to continue to go up after every single month. The quarterly, every single quarterly close, this number is going to go up. But the reason why I don't think it's going to go up that much is because it takes 3 months for each one of these candles to close. So we get 1 3-month closure. Maybe it goes up a little bit. It goes from here, maybe here, which is around $157 to $160. But I would not expect it to go any higher from there because each one of these is 3 months. And I would expect this move to play out within the next 6 months. So in the next 6 months, as long as that bearish divergence stays active, I would say that we're very likely going to come down to retest this $160 area. Let's see on the 5-day, if anything. 5-day, we still have some bullish divergence, but the same thing, we're finding resistance at the middle zone, which is something you do not want to see on the this many drives of bullish divergence. If you have this many drives of bullish divergence in the bearish control zone, it usually tells you that we're going to price is going to revert from here, and it's going to reverse onto a trend shift. And since we can't do that, it tells you that not only are we not going to get a trend shift, but we're very likely to get a continuation of trend to the downside. 2-day, nothing on the 2-day. Daily, yes, daily we have some fresh bearish divergence confirmed right here on the daily. Our easy target has already been hit, which is the middle zone. But since we're not finding any type of support there at all, we would have to target the bearish control zone. And right now, the bearish control zone sits at $226.74. But I don't think it's going to stop there because we have multiple drives. We have 1, 2, 3 drives of bearish divergence. Very likely we come down to the bearish critical zone. And right now, that level is at $196.56. Plus, you look at the BBWP, our volatility indicator, we're getting 1, 2, 3 periods of 0 volatility, which is telling us that the whatever move that it makes whenever volatility starts to expand is going to be a very massive move. So I could easily see us hitting that $196 level, maybe even lower, based off what the RSI is telling us.
Well, it sounds like it's fucked.
Basically.
Hey, do not make this so complicated. It's absolutely and royally fucked. On to the next one. All righty. Alex is doing Nvidia. Yeah.
It's almost as fucked as J Card 2 when he got convicted of fraud.
But he got out. He got out. And when he got out, he went and did some great things out there, like going back to jail, getting his dad, who's a known criminal, back to that had moments. That had moments. That had some legs. Still got to work on it.
Nobody knows what we're talking about.
No one. Let's go with Geo Group, GEO. For you, Farhan. Alex is doing Nvidia. They're just pulling like the darkest fucking stocks and coins in the world. But okay,
yeah, I got luck with Nvidia.
These guys are on a mission to show us the worst charts we've seen in our lives.
They're like, I'm trying to find the bottom. It's just not good. All righty, here we go. And this is, to me, I'll never forgive Pablo Godinez for giving us the most boring chart I've ever seen in my fucking life. Because this is not like a bad chart. It's just a boring chart.
Boring, yeah. No follow through of anything.
None. It's just ranging. It's like noise. Okay,
My
Pablo.
computer is freaking the fuck out right now. It's giving me all of these trading view notifications that I cannot silence. All right, there we go. No. Yeah, no. I thought we were good. We're not good.
All right, well, you
What
have
the
time to
fuck?
restart it. Ok, Pablo Godínez, gracias por hacernos ver el gráfico más de hueva de toda la historia. Vean cómo está rangueando. No te creas, Pablo. Bueno, sí te creas, pero todo en cariño. Ve cómo está rangueando esta madre. Parece hasta ruido y empieza este rango en octubre del 2017. O sea, literalmente esta chingadera no ha subido desde enero del 2018 a donde está el precio ahorita, está ahí. Si invertiste en el 2018 $1,000 en esto, el día de hoy tienes $1,000, para que tengas una idea. Ok, con eso dicho y hecho, lo vamos a poner, yo creo que empezaremos en la mensual para poder pintar una buena fotografía en esto. Wow, qué rango tan de hueva. Y hemos visto, el precio de BDX está en $234 en este momento. El máximo histórico de BDX está en 287 y la parte baja del canal está en 211. Es lo que estamos viendo. ¿Saben qué? Me atrevería a poner esto aquí, justo aquí, en 209. Sobre todo cuando estamos viendo la semanal. Voy a prender mis indicadores para ver. Estamos siendo rechazados por el 21, el 55 y el 9. Y además vamos a tirar el 9 abajo del 55, lo que nos da más confluencia de debilidad en el precio. Y obviamente con el sistema de Farhan vimos y notamos muchísimas divergencias bajistas. Habían diferencias, había en más corta temporalidad como la semanal, diferentes potenciales divergencias alcistas, pero no podemos romper no podemos romper el control de la zona bajista. Y como no podemos romper esa zona, nos dice que el precio tiene mucha debilidad. Ahora, los voy a llevar a la semanal, vamos a reajustar esto para que lo puedan ver de cerca. Podemos ver cómo el precio está siendo rechazado por el 9, el 21 y ni siquiera hemos tocado el 55, el 100 y el 200. En la diaria, cuando volteamos a ver este gráfico, podemos ver que también estamos siendo rechazados por absolutamente todo y vamos a intentar buscar soporte en el 55 de los dos, en los 234. Si el día de hoy cerramos donde estamos, para empezar, en los 234, muy probablemente el precio vaya a buscar los 231. De ahí, si rompemos los 231, quieres cuidar el 227, que es importante, pero la realidad es que estamos nosotros viendo el precio ir a los 209 o un poco más abajo. Esto no pinta nada bien. Hay mucha debilidad en el precio. En ningún lado estás aguantando ninguno de estos soportes. No solamente las líneas que dibujamos, pero los promedios mensuales, y eso pone en cualquier cosa, en nuestra opinión, en un mercado bajista. Así que es lo que es, mi estimado Pablo Godínez. Vuelve a pedir esta gráfica. No, no es cierto. Vamos a Nvidia, algo más divertido. Y de nuevo, perdón, Pablo, que estemos cagándonos tanto en tu BDX. All right, Alex, we're ready for Nvidia.
All right, cool. So last time we were looking at this, we're first going to start on the daily. I mean, last time we were analyzing this, we were talking about how Nvidia was breaking out. We just wanted this diagonal to hold. Now, when I do diagonals, they can be very objective on how you draw them. You know, maybe I drew it a little lower, like here, where it was on the closing. I like drawing them on the wick rejections or highs. But why I say that is because they can be, you know, they're just more opinionated, but they can help in confluence of other things. This is something we were talking about on Elite Trading Academy's Discord after we got done streaming was, you know, there is risk of us going below the diagonal, just hitting the 9. And why we were talking about this was because we basically got a silver cross on the daily. How you play those is you just bid the 9. So the 9, you know, coming up to the diagonal is welcoming, but it's not surprising that we dumped into that, and then on top of that, you know, bounced, and now we're above it again. That's why I don't hold all my weight on these meme lines, because that's what they are. They're meme lines. They're good with other stuff. So as it stands now, Nvidia is looking okay. It's still holding where it needs to, and it did get the 9 retest, which is technically what you want when you have a silver cross. Now we're just waiting. Consolidation would be welcomed. Essentially consolidation to let volatility reset. Let's BBWP at least hit the 50-60% mark, because it is at extremes at 98% now, which is telling me that just like when it hit extremes here, consolidation was welcomed, right? Consolidation above a major level, though. What we don't want is it to lose the 9. Then we look for the 21 as support, and it puts a little more weakness on the silver cross. But as it stands, very nice that it's still above this, and I'm still targeting 139 to 130 to 139, essentially. Just this last rejection high would make sense to me, and it would be confirmed. A breakout, in my opinion, would be confirmed if we get back above this high here, like 130s. I don't think Nvidia will be capped at 139. I just think we'd find some pushback there. But as it stands, I do think that we could easily go a lot higher, especially if we go and take a bull retracement from here to the. Let me actually get it. This wick low. Here, my chart. I always need to zoom in on my screen because these are too big. 1 second, my bad. So if we take a bullish retracement, I mean, just from the range high to range lows to range high closing basis, it can easily come to 200, 220, assuming we do break this 139. The top of the 236 right now is at 129. Which makes sense. So, we can get back above the 236, hold that, break this last rejection high around 135. I do think we can have another squeeze, something we've been seeing across the board with Nvidia. It likes to essentially just smoke shorts the entire way up. After this, we had the breakout, and then after this breakout here, it led to a nice move, 2 all-time highs. So something to consider. Going into maybe next week or the week before, after that, because Nvidia is one of those stocks that I watch kind of to get a metric or gauge on, more risk on environment. I do think it is nice to watch it overall, especially if you trade Bitcoin, because they often can act around the same ways, or Nvidia can give me more hints on kind of more sentiment on more risk on, and then I can use that to gauge Bitcoin. The weekly is interesting. 3 hours to close. What bulls want now, since we already got that retest of the 9 with the cross, we'd essentially just want the weekly to close above this diagonal here. That would look great, and it would solidify that we're in the process of breaking out. Closing back above here, and then next week retesting it right around 124, 125 would be nice. We just want that expansion up. Let me make this more on it. That would be good. So as it stands, though, the weekly is nice. It's very far away from the 9. If we even fell back into the range, we're now getting this 9 support right at that 116, 117 support level. Nvidia is looking good. The longer we consolidate on the daily, the more bullish this will get, because this will fully reset BBWP, and it'll give it time to just consolidate, move these moving averages up more, to support it holding above the diagonal. This diagonal I have here, we've been kind of watching now for a few weeks. We mentioned the rally here. We didn't want it to break down. It did. A quick reclaim. This looked like a failed breakdown. Yes, we have this line here, but it broke down. It failed to hold it. It quickly got reclaimed. This daily EMA 100 got reclaimed, leading to this cross happening. The cross is fresh too. Let's go and just see last time this happened. Let me see here. And this is on a daily. So last time we had this cross here was right around here in November of 2023. And we can see the reaction, what happened. It was slightly weak. We did retest the 55, but it still held the entire way. So the silver cross held on the daily, and then we had this nice breakout. Now I don't think we're going to go on a monstrous move of over 100%, but it basically solidifies that this stock in Nvidia could easily go higher. As long as it's holding these levels, it has basically, it's giving bulls the push that they need as long as they hold. What they don't want is us to fall back in here, lose the 9, and then we'd probably come back to this 106. Wouldn't be the best of signs, especially with like what we know with Bitcoin. And I have to gauge it more on that risk tolerance, because Nvidia is one of the more higher beta risk assets. Is, you know, these failed breakouts just falling back in wouldn't look the best, but we also know it wouldn't be the best because now it's losing the 9, making the cross a lot weaker. So something to watch going into next week. Let me just double check this weekly, because this is something we've been talking about, Alejandro. Yes, the daily's reclaimed it. Yes, the 2-day has. What has more, more weight is the weekly closure. We wouldn't want this to turn into a rejection, a wick rejection here on the weekly. As it stands, seems a little more unlikely now. And the reason I say that is because I feel like if we were gonna reject hard, it's gonna come in. It's gonna need to happen like within the next 2 hours. And I feel like, bears would have had the momentum with this economic event and the dump yesterday to really push it down. And honestly, yesterday's dump didn't do too much. Yes, we lost this diagonal for a moment, but we just were basically retesting the 9, which shouldn't surprise anyone who's been following us closely, because that is to the book where we would go. That's the target. Retest it, get it back above, expansion up. So something to watch. Before I head out, I'll look at this monthly here. Insane monthly closure coming in 7 days. This is a strong candle, a nice hammerhead. This shows basically the bears keep getting screwed, right? We had this massive dump all the way down, went to $91, only to get massively bought up, and from wick low to where it's currently at now. I mean, we've pumped 40% this month.
So stupid.
That's actually kind of insane. And if you were someone who's looking at this on a more of a higher time frame, and you've most importantly been listening to what we've been saying, this would have been where you would have slapped the monthly and seen, okay, there's a lot of time, and that's what makes these trickier. But you would have been saying that we are above the 9 on the
9.
monthly, and that's kind of my bull. I know Farin will use the 5. I like the 9, and the 9 is kind of my bull market gauge.
Can you guys hear me? The reason why I use the
monthly.
5 gives me a little bit of early warning for the 9.
And I agree with you.
If the 5 is holding, then very likely the 9 won't get hit.
And that makes 100% sense to me. Like that totally makes sense. Because that's true. We'd expect the 5 to get lost before the 9. For me, I like the 9 because it can it at least can erase a little bit of chop. Because whereas Bitcoin is still holding, we'll use Bitcoin for an example. Bitcoin I think it's lost its monthly 9 or monthly 5, but it's holding its monthly 9. For me, it gives me more confidence when this gets lost on the monthly, and it didn't, and we held. So a lot of strength with bulls if they do want to break us out at this point. I don't think that this is going to happen today. I think today and probably in the beginning of next week, you want just a consolidation. You just kind of want us to reclaim the levels, get the weekly back above, call it 126, 125, close above there and consolidate. Let BBWP reset, at least come back down to the 50s, and then we can actually get a sustained breakout. While I'm sure bears are going to be shorting here, thinking it's weakness, they're going to be looking at this as potentially another lower high. But the way it is and the way we analyze is it's shifting. Things are getting bullish. We have a cross. We just tested the 9. We are breaking back above this diagonal that we basically started forming in June. So it is something to watch. And then it's hard to be bearish on a chart that has a monthly candle like this, unconfirmed right now, but not that many days now. So it's only a week until this confirms. And as it stands, this looks insane. Insane just because it held where it needed to, the 9. And we're very far from that again. And we're even healthily above this 116 level, a range that we've been in now for 3 months. So very welcoming sign. They're going to be very interesting to see where this closes. Let me just check real quick on the daily one more time. We mentioned the silver cross. Let me just go and actually see where this estimate 200 is now. I like to add that in. at the end. And yeah, no, it's very healthily above. You know, there's three things that tell me we're in a bull market. And it's when the monthly is above the 9, when the daily is above the EMA 100, and the daily also is above the SMA 200. You can argue then the weekly will be above the 9, but that's why, you know, you can use that as well. Those are my gauges. And right now, this is still in a good, still has momentum to go up. There's nothing really telling me there's anything super concerning. Yes, we can have these lows right here, but this low here basically formed another higher low on the weekly. And I'm saying that because I'm using this as the next higher low. Breakout, came down, never broke it, and we're now just, it looks like what happened with ES1, just looks like a massive higher low. And that's kind of where I have to gauge it and look. Trend is your friend. It's looking good. We'll see what happens next week. To me, next week should be pretty important for Nvidia.
Well, Wednesday, it's the results, right?
Is it? Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Actually, I didn't even know that. So makes sense then. I didn't even know that. Next week's going to be big. I didn't even know we had earnings and all that and whatever. It's going to be important to see. As it stands, it looks good, but I wouldn't not front run this then if we have earnings. Better to wait and see what happens. Unless you did take an entry at that monthly 9, then just, wait and watch. But looks good. So we'll see. That's funny that we have the earnings on Wednesday. I didn't even know that. And the chart's telling us that we're going to see something probably next week. So makes sense.
The fuckery is at an all-time high right now. And then I know I saw what you sent to the group chat, Farhan. Do you want to also do the DXY before we go into Geo group? Sounds good. You were muted, but I'm going to go into this. Ok, estamos viendo Nvidia en la tabla, en la diaria, básicamente. Los voy a llevar rápidamente a la mensual para que vean esto, porque creo que es bastante importante poder tomar un paso atrás y ver el gusanito, cómo va en tendencia alcista. Sobre todo cuando nos acercamos, podemos ver claramente acá estas velas y estás haciendo cuerpos más grandes. Eso es bastante bueno. No has podido hacer altos más altos con los wicks, pero estas son tablas mensuales. Y viendo esta vela, esta es una vela que tiene demasiada fuerza y vino literalmente solamente a absorber liquidez y a cogerse a todo el mundo. Estamos arriba del EMA 9 por bastante. Esto, quien haya comprado y haya hecho el bid en el EMA 9 por ahí de los 97 a los $90, bastante buen movimiento. Vamos a acercarnos un poco con la semanal porque yo creo que cuentan todos una historia bastante similar hasta la diaria. Puedes ver que esto sigue acá, está rompiendo esta diagonal que viene para abajo en Nvidia. El precio de Nvidia en este momento son $127.70, ¿ok? Para que sepan, el alto histórico en Nvidia es $140.76. También depende en qué exchange o qué intercambio estés usando para verlo. Pero aquí estamos en la semanal. Estamos encima de todos los promedios. Seguimos con bastante fuerza arriba del 9. El 9 está arriba del 21 y del 55. Habíamos tenido este cruce plateado por aquí atrás, lo que nos dio este gran movimiento desde febrero del 2023 hasta ahora. Y nada de esto se ha perdido. Hemos venido a retestear. Al principio lo hicimos por acá. Luego intentamos hacer un fake out de que veníamos para abajo. Y luego aquí sí lo hicimos y rompimos, pero no tocamos la 55 y seguimos para arriba. Cuando volteas a ver, la diaria en Nvidia, aquí la cosa se pone interesante. Tenemos un poco el mismo patrón que vimos antes de un pompazo a este punto, pero quiero acercarme un poco más. Quiero que vean literalmente lo que estamos viendo, ¿ok? Uno, lo primero que tenemos que ver es alto, alto más bajo, ¿ok? Eso es lo primero que tenemos que anotar. Dos, tienes estas velas de indecisión, estas dos que están aquí, básicamente, y también tienes una vela envolvente bajista en esta vela roja, ¿ok? Eso también lo tienes, y esta vela está pintando una vela de tope. Todavía no acaba y obviamente puede cambiar, pero esta vela está pintando una vela de tope. El EMA 9 está justamente en los 123, bastante bien, y además lo bueno es que el precio está encima de esta línea y está por encima tranquilamente de ella. Esto es lo que no queremos que se pierda. Habíamos tenido un cruce plateado a la baja, pero lo volvimos a recuperar rápidamente en solamente unos días a la alza y seguimos con la fuerza de todo este movimiento. ¿Qué es lo que estamos esperando? La próxima semana, en miércoles, aquí lo dice, Nvidia nos va a dar resultados. Va a ser un día muy, muy importante para el precio de esta cosa. Como estamos siendo bajos, altos más bajos, pero no estamos rompiendo estructuras, y lo pueden ver desde acá, literalmente seguimos, ¿no? Lo único que no quieres hacer es tener un bajo más bajo de este en los 90, en los 90,60 o 92 para el cuerpo de la vela, depende de cómo midas tus escenarios. Pero definitivamente tienes que mantener un ojo acá. Si podemos romper por encima acá, y esto es bueno que está haciendo el precio consolidar encima en esta línea, esto nos hace pensar que esto va a ser alcista. Tu siguiente objetivo van a ser los 135.69. Una vez rotos, nos vamos a los 140 y de ahí obviamente nuevos máximos. Si pasa cualquier cosa, rompes a la baja en la diaria y te bajas del 9, esto empezaría a pintar un poco mal y vamos a ver hasta dónde puede llegar eso. Pero por ahora, en la consolidación, bastante buen movimiento, se ve bastante alcista y está pintando muy bien Nvidia. Así que ténganlo presente. No sé si moví mi línea, creo que sí. Vale. Alrighty, Farhan, we're ready for you. Unmute yourself, sir. Let's go. You're going to show us the dollar, right?
The Dixie, the dollar index.
Yeah.
So we're looking at the monthly right now. We're getting that breakdown that we were talking about before. We're hitting the bottom of the $100 range, and we're tapping the monthly 55 EMA. Right now, we've had a silver cross on the monthly to the upside since January of 2022, where Dixie's had a silver cross. We're just about to break that silver cross and invalidate it and go down to this meme line in the bottom blue zone. I've had a bias for the past couple of weeks that I think Dixie was going to break down and end up going sub 100, which right now that idea is starting to play out. If we lose this bottom blue zone at 38.2, at the very minimum, we have to come down to the 50%, if not the 61.8. And right now, the 50% is at 98.82. So that would be good enough for me because I get my sub 100 targeted, but I think we're going to go lower. I think we're going to go to around this 97.2 area. And we look at our momentum indicators right now. On the monthly, because monthly is a very significant time frame, very high, we see that the momentum is flipping sharply towards the downside. It's in the negative territory right now, and it's right about to enter the bearish control zone. If monthly momentum is able to enter the bearish control zone, it's going to shift. It's going to signal a shift in the regime, the current regime right now, where Dixie was on an uptrend and then it started consolidating, and then from there, in my opinion, it was switched to a downtrend, and we would be going down for the next couple of months, maybe a couple of years. The last time that momentum ever broke into the bearish control zone was over here in April of 2023, whenever we went from the highs of October of 2022 down to the bottom around July 2023. So we're getting that same signal right now. And before that, the last time we had it was over here, right around July of 2020, August 2020, right when the pandemic was first kicking off and Dixie started dumping and the Federal Reserve started printing the most amount of money they've ever printed in U.S. history. We're getting that same type of signal right now, which like the ideology that me and Alex like to go by, it's like, show me the chart and I'll tell you the news. So what does this tell us? It tells us the Federal Reserve is very likely going to cut, and most people are expecting a 25 basis point cut. But based on what this chart is telling me right now, I'm guessing it's very likely going to be a 50 basis point cut. And what I'm thinking is they're going to cut 50 on the first one, and then on the next couple of months they're going to do 25, 25, 25, just like they did when they first started rate hikes. They hiked by a lot at first, and then they started hiking by a lower amount after that. So I'm guessing they're going to do the exact same thing they did on the upside towards the downside. And the chart is telling us that right now as well, because we're losing the median on the monthly right now. The median is at 103.39. We're well below it. As long as we lose the median, we have to go down to this bottom blue zone or the 50%, and that would give us that sub 100. And because 100 is such a psychological level, if it goes below 100, everybody who's long on Dixie is going to end up closing. Everybody who's short is going to end up adding to their positions. That's going to further fuel the move to the downside. I feel like we can easily come down to this 100 EMA, which is at 98.1. Maybe we get a little bit of a bounce there. We test this meme line, and then from there, I really feel like we're going to go down. And this is a monthly chart, so it's going to take a long time to play out. At that point, I feel like it's going to be like 2 or 3, maybe 4 rate cuts in. The federal funds rate is probably going to be somewhere around 4%, maybe below 4%. At that point, in my opinion, Dixie is fucked, and it's going to keep going down. It's going to form a monthly downtrend, and then from there we would have to look at somewhere. If it continues to go down and it breaks the 100, we have to look at the 200. And right now the 200 is sitting at 90. If I had to give like a rough guess, like gun to my head guess, I would say we probably find a bottom somewhere around this 200 SMA right here at this $90 level. Because if we don't find this bottom here, then the US dollar is truly fucked, and we have to go all into gold and Bitcoin.
I think so. Number one, just real quick before you keep going, on the weekly, there's a head and shoulders that's playing, and the objective of that head and shoulders would be around the 94 area.
Let me get a major move. From the top. Let me turn off my magnet. This magnet is very helpful sometimes, but also very annoying sometimes.
What does it help you with?
It helps me anchor my points, so I don't have to. Guess.
I see what you're saying.
That's not accurate. That's diagonal. I'm trying to be exact right with this. I don't want to be sloppy. Yeah, that would give us a target somewhere around 96 to 95 if that head and shoulders does continue to play out. Which is the number we were looking at before, right around 98.
Yep. Yeah.
So,
there's a lot of confluence there.
So we look at the quarterly right now. The quarterly is giving us a massive candle down, reversing the past two quarters, 6 months of price action is reversing with one candle. We still have 1 month to go. So it's huge. For 2 months to reverse 6 months of price action is a very big deal. And right now, as long as we're rejecting the median, we have to target this bottom blue zone, which right now is that same $98 number we were targeting before. We would expect a little bit of a bounce here because the blue zone is very highly respected, but I don't think it's going to hold. Here's why I don't think it's going to hold. Because if we look at the jewel right now, the jewel is giving us an almost perfect sell signal. We just need the pink to cross below the yellow, and that's going to give us the ideal picture perfect jewel sell signal. And we're almost getting it, and we're still getting a sell signal towards the downside too. So if we go down to that blue zone, I don't think it's going to hold. I think it's going to come down to this 50% at this 200 SMA around 96.50. Maybe retest this 55 at 95. At that point, this is the area that I would look for a local bottom. Somewhere around 90, 95 to 94. I would expect us to make a local bottom there, base around there, maybe go sideways and up for a couple of months, make another lower high. And then after that, I would expect us to continue the trend downwards towards that previous number we were talking about before, where I said that we would make a macro low around the $90 level. But I would expect that to take maybe a year, maybe a year and a half to eventually play out. It would take a very long time.
Yeah.
Let's check out the divergences on Dixie. Start with the monthly. Quarterly, oh, beautiful. I love to see this. We have a bearish divergence about to confirm on Dixie on the monthly within the bullish control zone, which is the most powerful form of bearish divergence you can find. Whenever it's in the bullish control zone and you get bearish divergence, that tells you the price is going to retest the bearish control zone. And right now, the bearish control zone sits at 84.5. And every 3 months, this number is going to go up. We have another month and 8 days before this closes. That number is going to go up. Very likely that number is going to be somewhere around 90 to 95.
Those are COVID low.
The same numbers that keep coming up every single time. 90, 95. Let's check the weekly. Weekly is freshly breaking into the bearish control zone. It's not finding any support at all. Right now, when you get a setup like this, you would expect the price RSI to hit the bearish critical zone. Right now, that is sitting at 102.64, which we're already well below. Oh, no, my bad. It's actually at 97.23. So we're very close to that, around that $97, $95 target, where I think we would get a bounce and then make a lower high there and then end up continuing trend. Check the 5-day, 3-day, nothing, 2-day, nothing, daily, nothing. Yeah. So we have that quarterly bearish divergence, which is basically about to play out. And let me give you a number to make sure it confirms. This bearish divergence is going to confirm with any close this quarterly below 104.487. As long as we close below 104.487, the bearish divergence in the quarterly is going to confirm. And then at that point, a quarterly bearish divergence, let's see when the last time we had one of those. Literally right here in April of 99. We ended up getting a move higher. But after that, I would consider that a bull trap. And we dropped all the way down here to 70 in January of 2008. And we're getting that same type of setup right now on the quarterly. We're getting possible bearish divergence. The only reason I say possible is because it hasn't closed yet. But in my opinion, this is a formality because I don't think we're going to go above 104.5 by the end of this month. So very likely this is a confirmed bearish divergence. On the quarterly, you look at the VMP, and once again, the VMP is a variation of the Joule with volatility added to it. So right now, we're getting a fresh sell signal on that, and along with the bearish divergence. Last time we had a sell signal of that sort in this area, this is not even comparable because right now we're higher from where we were there. But that was in January of 2020 when the Federal Reserve started the most historic money printing operation in the U.S. history.
Yeah.
Before that, we had it in 2016. That was right before our previous little bit of mini recession where the Federal Reserve started cutting rates under Obama. Very similar setup to that we have right now. So from every direction that I look at right now, Dixie looks completely fucked to me. I don't know if you guys can agree.
Yeah, it's been a while.
And because we're crypto guys, we can't just look at Dixie. We have to look at tether dominance as well, which tells us a lot. Tether dominance is basically the equivalent of Dixie for crypto. Right now, tether dominance is giving us a possible hidden bullish divergence, multiple drives. The way to confirm it is that we have to close above, what is this high right here? 5.41%. If we close above that, it's going to confirm multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence on Dixie. Tether dominance. At that point, I would say that crypto is in a bear market, and we should probably be targeting somewhere around $30,000. But we have 1 month and 8 days to go. So you got to remember, 1 month is an eternity in crypto. Anything can happen in the next month. We look at the monthly. There's nothing there. Weekly is has some hidden bearish divergence, but we have a local low here. So what we want to do is we want to break below the middle zone, which is at 5.2%. If we do break below that, we'll have another drive, a hidden bearish divergence, and then we can target the bearish control zone, which right now is at 3.97%. And if tether dominance were to go to 3.97%, in my opinion, at that point, Bitcoin would be breaking upper 80s, maybe $90,000.
Yeah.
Check the 3-day. 3 days giving us some confirmed bearish divergence right here. We have not even hit the easy target yet. The easy target is the middle zone, and that would be at 5.22%. You remember what we were talking about before? We close below 5.2%. We go significantly lower, which ignites the next major leg of Bitcoin and crypto. Right now, we haven't gotten there yet, but we're very likely going to get it because, as you see right here, we're rejecting this 200 SMA multiple times. We're about to lose this 9. Our next target is right here at this 21 because we have a silver cross. We should expect the 21 to hold. But based on the RSI on the quarterly, we have to expect that it won't hold because on the very, very high time frames, it's showing us drives of bearish divergence that we haven't seen ever since the previous major highs. And if it breaks that, then we're going to come down to this 55, which is around that RSI target we're looking at. It breaks the 55. All right, then the silver cross is invalidated, and we're going to continue to go heavily down from there.
And we're all rich.
Yeah, we're all mega rich
at that point.
like President Trump says, like, your Bitcoins, people are doing very well with their Bitcoins.
They're just going to have so much fun with their Bitcoin. I know it. I just know it.
We're going to be minting them. We're going to be printing them. We're going to be mining them. We're going to be buying them. We're going to have more Bitcoins than anybody in the world. Yeah. So if we end up getting that breakdown, the confirmation, which I'd love to see, is right at 78.6, is right around the 55 EMA. So if we get a break below that, it would confirm the silver cross is invalidated, and we have a target right where we were looking at before, right around that 3.4 to 3.5% level. And if that hits, like, we're all rich, everything's going to the moon. Bitcoin's going to 100K, XRP is going to $2, maybe $589. I'm sorry for being bearish.
Most likely.
But yeah, that's what I got on Dixie.
That's pretty good. Thank you so much. Let me share this with everyone, and then we'll go into the Geo group one.
Am I doing that one?
Yeah.
Right.
Please. And then, Alex, you're doing Tesla. And then after.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah. I'll do a shameless plug right after this. Ok. Vamos a platicar rápidamente del dólar porque lo que acabamos de ver en la reunión de la Reserva Federal es obviamente algo que va a afectar directamente al valor del dólar. ¿Qué es lo que estamos buscando? ¿Un dólar fuerte o un dólar débil? Económicamente hablando, como dueño de negocio y aparte ciudadano de Estados Unidos, deberíamos de querer un dólar fuerte. Sé que mucha gente dirá, ¿cómo vas a querer un dólar fuerte? No vas a poder exportar. No exportamos ni vergas a nadie, solamente tecnología en Estados Unidos. Además, un dólar fuerte con intereses altos ayuda a la economía a crecer de manera correcta sin aquellas divergencias estúpidas que existen y todas las alteraciones que hay en el mundo económico por el dinero barato y el dinero fácil. Pero bueno, esa no es nuestra realidad, ¿no? Entonces, un dólar fuerte que hace Un dólar fuerte hace que Bitcoin, hace que Nvidia, hace que todo lo demás baje. ¿Por qué? Porque todo el mundo está en dólares, todo el mundo está comprando dólares, quiere tener ese activo y es lo que están buscando. Cuando tienes lo contrario, un dólar débil, el dólar cuando es débil va a la baja y todo lo demás va a la alza, porque eso quiere decir un dólar débil. Yo no quiero tener un dólar débil, yo quiero tener cualquier cosa que sea fuerte. Eso ayuda muchísimo a Bitcoin a la alza, ayuda a todo lo que es riesgo a la alza, etcétera. ¿Ok? Y ahora vamos a analizar la tabla tal cual, sencillamente del dólar, sin más ni más. Aquí tenemos el DXY, que es el índice del dólar para todo el mundo que no esté familiarizado. Lo voy a poner rápidamente en la mensual para que lo tengan acá bien presente. Y quiero que vean esto en la mensual. ¿Cuándo hicimos tope? En septiembre del 2001, que fue hace demasiado tiempo, pero desde ahí hicimos otro tope local por acá en agosto del 2022, que fue casi junto con estas velas, hasta acá en noviembre del 2022, el fondo del mercado, cuando el mercado literalmente, el S&P 500, el Nasdaq y todos tocaron fondo y de ahí revirtieron a la alza, fue este movimiento a la baja del dólar. En este momento, ¿qué estamos viendo con el dólar? Estamos viendo muchísima debilidad. Hemos perdido el EMA 9, hemos perdido el promedio del 21, estamos a punto de perder el promedio del 55 y si lo perdemos vamos a ir a buscar el promedio del 100 y eso está en 98.104. El dólar en este momento, el DXY, está cotizando en 100 con .863, ¿ok? Para que tengan una idea. Ahora los voy a llevar rápidamente a la semanal, donde creo que es muy importante que también veamos. Tenemos un cruce plateado a la baja, justamente acá que está iniciando. Tenemos el 9 abajo del 100. Eso significa bastante debilidad en el precio. Aquí abajo tienes el S&P 200 que está en los 100, lo que probablemente vaya a ser como un imán para el precio y nos vaya a ir a buscar por ahí. Pero algo más interesante en esta tabla es esto. ¿Listos? Aquí hay un hombro, cabeza, hombro. Empieza el hombro acá, hasta acá, la parte más baja. La cabeza está acá, que es el pico, y toca esta parte del canal. Y el siguiente hombro está acá, que es donde está rompiendo el precio a la baja. Si ponemos ese cabeza, hombro en juego enfrente de todos ustedes, ¿cómo lo medimos? Sencillo, agarras una línea de tendencia, tomas el punto más alto y lo bajas justamente a donde está la parte de abajo de la guillotina, básicamente del cuello. Esto es lo que conecta todos los puntos. Aquí tienes el breakdown, que es donde se rompe y va a la baja. Y todavía no confirma. Esto es una gráfica semanal, cierra en 5 horas, pero todavía no confirma, ¿ok? Si esto se da, tu objetivo está por ahí de los $94. Tal cual. No hay más sazón de los 94 en esto. Si volteamos a ver en la diaria y ponemos todos nuestros EMAs, podemos ver cómo literalmente hemos destruido todos a la baja. Tuvimos un cruce plateado a la baja acá el 24 de julio antes de que hiciera todo este movimiento para abajo y ahora tienes el breakdown del precio y no podemos recuperar esta línea de soporte en los 101.64. Ahora se volvió resistencia y estamos siendo rechazados cada vez que llegamos y en esta última vela ni siquiera llegamos y vamos para abajo. ¿Ok? Es lo que estamos viendo con el dólar. Tiene cara de que va a querer irse mucho más a la baja. Y esto, buenísimo para cualquier cabrón invertido en bonos, damas y caballeros de 10 años, le sacaron toda la lana si es que compraron cuando dijo Ray Dalio que no compraras tus bonos. No compraste tus bonos, by the way, guys. Right when Ray Dalio said, don't buy bonds. Don't buy 10-year bonds. You don't want to be stuck in 10-year treasuries. I'm Ray Dalio. I'm the greatest guy. I'm not a part of the system. That was exactly on October 20, and it was around those dates. You guys can fucking look it up. And that was literally the top. If you could, like the bottom in yield, in bonds. People that bought at that point are right now with an upside of anywhere between 10 and 20%, depending on where they're located. They're making a killing, and these fucking yields are going down further, which is going to make him even more money. So fuck you, Ray Dalio.
You know who listens
for
to him?
being a lying piece of shit.
Was
You know who
Okay?
listens to him? All of the regional banks listen to him, and now they're fucked.
Yeah.
Well, Ray Dalio works hand in hand with Peter Thiel, for example. Peter Thiel works hand in hand for JP Morgan and for Jamie Dimon.
Oh,
And they
Jamie
lick
Dimon
his
stays
boots
winning.
and his balls. He will always win because he owns the Federal Reserve and he creates monetary policy, and no one understands that. So my boy Jamie Dimon told Dalio, tell everyone to fuck off from my bonds. I'm going to buy these. Everyone did. Then he went on and created an awesome, incredible margin call on banks the only way possible, through Peter Thiel telling everyone, guys, you should panic and get your money out of these banks, because that was the only thing that could trigger that margin call. And he fucking did it. And then he blamed all of us. He said, you guys are the ones who took your money out by listening to me, the expert in the field, but this is your fault. And fuck Peter Thiel, fuck Ray Dalio, and absolutely winning Jamie Dimon, because you can see how they gargle his balls and he's going,
God bless Jamie Dimon.
God, Jamie Dimon is God. Let us be clear.
He is God. He is God.
Let us be clear.
He is God.
You guys know that I'm a degenerate gambler, right? So I'm very highly considering placing a bet for Jamie Dimon to be the Treasury Secretary. I think it's going to happen.
I just don't think I don't know about that.
I wouldn't think so, because there's like, he controls everything already, but why not be like up, like, because the more I start to acknowledge that people are completely fucking retarded and ignorant to everything and don't understand anything that's going on, that's what makes me feel like Jamie Dimon now will have the balls to be like, what the fuck are they gonna say?
Yeah, cut the middleman out.
Yeah, like I can do it all. So
That's
he can
true,
be.
that's a good point.
Yeah, so he can now directly, not through JP Morgan and the Fed, he can direct monetary policy. He can create money out of nowhere, right? And he can basically finance it through his other arm, which is the Fed. Then he can also create more M2 supply for everyone through his bank and just absorb as many banks as he needs. He's a fucking genius. A G.
100%. He
A
is
real
the
G.
He is the banking version of Elon Musk.
That's right.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah, he is. Let's get it. What do you have here?
Right.
Oh, Group Geo.
We're looking at the monthly right now in Geo. So we did get this little bit of a shooting star candle right here at this 200 SMA. We came back, we retested this 9. What I like to see that we're testing the 9 and holding it is that we're about to get a fresh silver cross. Any monthly close, we have 7 days to go. Any monthly close above $11.60, the silver cross is going to confirm. And we already have the retest of the 9. So from there, we would have to expect expansion after that, after the retest of the 9 and the silver cross confirms. And we close above this top of the blue zone. So we're getting so many different confluences in that area. Where we close above the blue zone, we tested the 9, we get a silver cross. At that point, we have to target the 78.6, which would be a break of this shooting star high right here, which right now is at $18.43. From there, I don't think it's going to stop. I think we might get some consolidation, because as you see how significant this 200 is, once we lost it, we rejected it, we get a massive dump. Now we're rejecting it. Here before, major macro low, we held the 200. Before that, we don't even have enough data to look at the 200, because it starts in 2011. So if we were to break above the 200, in my opinion, we would have enough steam to go up towards these previous objective highs, somewhere around $25.90, maybe all the way up to $27.50. I'm waiting for that to happen and to see if we do get that confirmation. But right now, I'm leaning towards it happening, as long as we're above this 55 EMA at $11.55 to $11.60. If that confirms, and if this candle closes red, I would expect a retest of this 100 in this blue zone. And then from there, I would say that that's the maximum financial opportunity for bulls to go to the upside. And you would have your stop loss right below this 100. So if we lose the 100, you would get out on the monthly. But the monthly is a long time. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is. But dude, that monthly candle, the green one before, is insane. And this one is insane too. It was like the biggest liquidity grab you've ever seen in two monthly candles ever.
Both sides.
Yep.
This one put in a trap for the bulls. It got everybody to start shorting. We went down. Nope. Bought right back up. And now we're above the 5 EMA. As long as we're above the 5 EMA, we have to assume this is bullish and the trend is going to continue. As you see from here, every single time we held the 5 EMA and then we went massively up. So as long as we hold a 5, you have to assume it's going to continue, and we're going to keep going up from there. If you look at the weekly right now, we're about to break. We're above the 5, the 21, and the 9. We're above basically all of our major EMAs, and we're about to break above the blue zone, the 38.2. That level right now is at $14. We have 2 hours and 51 minutes to go. If we do break above this and we close above it, we have to target at a minimum. This median right now is $15, but more likely this top of the blue zone, which is currently at $16.10. If you look at our momentum indicators, momentum is flipping up back to the upside. It's rejecting the bearish control zone and starting to flip back up. We look at volatility. Volatility is kind of contracting right now, so it tells us that this might be a corrective move, and we should be targeting the median, like I was saying before, where we're going to hit easily the median. The median right now is at that $15 level. So this setup tells us that we will most likely hit the median, but it doesn't tell us if we'll break it. The way that we know if we're going to break it is this volatility starts flipping back up in support of this momentum. If that happens, then yeah, all bets are off, and we're going to go up from there, and we're going to break the median. We're going to go to the top 38.2, maybe even the 61.8 right now, which is at $16.86. But until then, like, we don't know. We have to keep watching. We have to see if we get our confirmation. We look at the daily. Daily is hitting extremes on momentum and volatility. So we would expect some type of consolidation here, maybe sideways. But we want to see it close above this 55, which is currently at $14. If we close above that, then very likely we're going to go up to this 95% range, which is currently at 15.28, like we were looking at before. Maybe, possibly, the chance is very low because it's such a high number in terms of the statistical probabilities. We can maybe hit $16.70, but only on a very, very aggressive move to the upside will that even be entertained. Let's look at our divergences, and then we'll close it off there in Geo. Nothing on a monthly, nothing on a quarterly, weekly. All right, so weekly we had some bearish divergence, but now it's been invalidated because we made a local bottom here. So we should be looking at least for a test of this. We already got the middle zone. So if we get a close above the middle zone, right now that middle zone is $13.45, which also aligns with these EMAs right here. We would target the bullish control zone, which right now is currently sitting at $16.77. So that same number that we've been talking about before keeps coming back up. That $16 to $16.70 number keeps coming back up. Whenever you get confluence like that, it gives you much higher probabilities of actually hitting that target. So right now I'm waiting for. I'm sorry.
I was going to say that's where the SMA 200 is exactly on the monthly, along with the meme line. Yeah.
Yeah. So right now I'm waiting for that confirmation. If it does happen, I would say very, very confidently say that we're going to go to that $16 area. But until then, I would say this is a no trade zone as long as we don't have our confirmation. We have 7 days left. I just want to see this monthly close above $11.60. If we get that, at that point, I would say you should, no financial advice. I would probably long the retest of this blue zone, and I would target this 95% zone right here. Not 95. I'll target the 88.3 because 95 is a very, very high range. But the 88.3, which is around $20, I would target. And my stop loss would be a weekly close below $13. We close below 13, I'd get out.
Makes sense. Makes sense, sir. Thank you so much for sharing that. So Alex is doing Tesla.
Yeah.
Oh my God. This is going to be interesting. FFIE. You know what that is, Farhan?
No idea.
FFIE. Look it up.
Faraday future.
Faraday. Oh my God.
Exactly. Exactly.
This shit is a scam.
I know. It is, but still pumping, right?
Check the monthly and we'll see if it's pumping.
Well, I will right now. I haven't seen it. I just read like this guy's like, it's going up like crazy. They love meme stocks. All right. Vamos a empezar con esto. Esto es Grupo Geo. Podemos ver que aquí habíamos hecho nuestro tope. Justamente estamos en una tabla mensual en marzo del 2017 y desde entonces hemos estado en una bastante buena caída potente. Y acá lo pueden apreciar. Una vez que rompimos esta tendencia a la baja, empezamos a subir interesantemente. Ahora, si les prendo rápido los indicadores, pueden ver que lleva bastante buen momentum esta cosa. Tienes el promedio de los 200 en 16.66 que coincide con esta línea de soporte o no lo puedo creer. Resistencia. Perdón, ha sido una mañana muy larga. Acá abajo tenemos el 9 con el 100 que están a punto de doblarse y también el 21 y el 55 y aquí daría una señal de cruce plateado. Ahora, algo que estamos viendo es lo predatorio que fue esto. Vean esta vela, esta es una vela de tope gigantesca que confirmaría con una cerrada abajo en los 14.09. Si cierra tal cual como está esta vela mensual, que le faltan 7 días, todavía hay bastante tiempo para poder mover esto. Pero si cierras abajo de esto, estaría confirmando un poco más la preferencia de querer ir a la baja. Pero por ahora tenemos que esperar a ver si puede cerrar arriba de los 14, básicamente los 14.15, 14.16. Si tenemos un cierre arriba de los 14.16 en la mensual, empezaríamos a buscar objetivos a la alza y nuestro siguiente objetivo sería donde está ese 200 SMA en los 17, casi $17. Cuando volteamos a ver la semanal, podemos también ver que estamos arriba del 9, lo acabamos de recuperar el 21, venimos a testear el 55, rebotamos a la alza y ni siquiera tocamos el 100, que es bastante bueno. También estamos arriba del SMA 200. Cuando vemos la diaria, también nos cuenta una excelente historia donde estamos literalmente rompiendo todos estos a la alza. Se agarró del 9 el 24, el 14 de agosto. Y desde entonces ha estado subiendo, apoyándose encima del 21, rompiendo a través del 100 y ahora el 55 y esperemos que estos crucen. Aquí tienes un cruce plateado a la baja, ojo, y tuviste este movimiento. Nuestro siguiente objetivo con Grupo Geo, que se ve bastante alcista honestamente, es poder cerrar arriba de los 14.15. Una vez que cierras arriba de los 14.15, recuerda que el precio está en 14 en la mensual, en 7 días, tendríamos un objetivo por acá de los $17. De ahí de los $17 empezaríamos a pensar en los 18, pero lo primero sería esto y ese cierre que les estamos contando. Eso es Grupo Geo. Ahora, let's go to Tesla, baby. Those are fun. Oh, you know what? Let me do a shameless plug real quick because we haven't done one in a very long time. Actually, not a single one.
I don't think
Today.
we've done one yet.
No. Oigan, por cierto, si quieren lanzarse acá a Elite Trading Academy, platicar con todos, les dejamos el enlace del Discord, lo voy a poner aquí una vez más en el chat y está en la descripción del video de YouTube. Y para todos ustedes que lo están viendo en Facebook, que están viendo esto en X, les va a aparecer aquí el texto en un segundo. Una vez que le dan clic, van a para llegar acá. Esto es Elite Trading Academy. Para que sepan qué es lo que hay, simplemente le picas acá. Esto es el análisis de Alex, el análisis de Farhan. Aquí tienen nuestros enlaces para poder llevarse sus bonos de depósito y todo eso en los exchanges, pueden hacer trades con nosotros. Tenemos nuestro exchange BitGet aquí arriba. BitGet es un exchange internacional que funciona literalmente en absolutamente todos lados menos en Estados Unidos. Requiere KYC, tiene muy buenos fees. Aquí les dejo Bluffing para todos ustedes que viven en Estados Unidos como el tío Salo. No requiere KYC, también lo puedes usar en todo el mundo y no tiene tan buenos fees como BitGet, pero pues no requiere KYC, puedes abrir la cantidad de cuentas que quieras para poder hacer todos los trades que se te antojen, damas y caballeros. Y aquí abajo también tenemos el enlace de TradingView por si ustedes quieren aprender y usar básicamente lo que estamos nosotros usando para poder enseñarles todo lo que están viendo. Aquí está. Todo esto tiene bonos o descuentos al registrarte si es que tienes que pagar por algo, que es como lo de TradingView, que tienes que pagar por los datos, aunque puedes usar TradingView gratis también. Y aquí arriba los exchanges no cuesta nada abrir la cuenta, así que se llevan bonos de depósito y también de trading y todo eso. Acá ven a decirnos hola con todo el mundo, eso, ven a pedirnos tablas también por acá, como de que no. Acá les dejamos las noticias más importantes de todo el momento. Les dejamos acá todas las tarjetas de P&L, 70%. Este güey está destruyendo, Pepe, 70%, 10% de ganancia en Bluffing, 16% de ganancia. Bien, me gusta ver esto, 10%, 102%. O sea, esto es una mamada, Juanpa, felicidades ahí. El chat general, vengan a platicar acá, platicamos en español, platicamos en inglés también, vengan a preguntar qué es qué y todo el mundo tiene muchísima paciencia para explicarles, solamente para que sepan, esto es el Discord de Elite Trading Academy y estoy a punto de pasarles el enlace a todos ustedes para que lo tengan. Denme solamente un segundito, poder ir a donde está el video de YouTube y darles los enlaces. Oye, güey, dame el enlace. Qué buen enlace, gracias. Videos, un segundito. Lives. La decisión del Fed, que es lo que nadie está viendo. Y un segundito, aquí están. Vale. Aquí les voy a dejar exactamente todo y sin cagarla para que puedan entrar al Discord y usar también nuestros exchanges. Perfecto. Sin más ni más, vámonos para adelante. All righty, boys. What do we got?
Cool. I got Tesla.
Alex, Tesla. Let's go on Tesla.
All right, cool. So we're gonna look at the daily here for now. I mean, this was it was a nice reclaim, but as it stands, I'm looking at this as a deviation, and this is the bearish retest.
Rejection. Yes, sir.
So I mean, there's hopium that we're holding the 9, but I mean, we can still keep holding it and consolidate, I guess, but we're just doing that under resistance, and that's something we have to be mindful of. 220 is a big area for Tesla. This is basically the point where Tesla likes to hold for big upside moves. And so deviating and losing that and then rejecting it today potentially wouldn't be a good sign. And this is technically bearish. And bears are looking at this as potentially the next lower high on the daily. As long as we can't get above $234.67, that's what they're going to be interpreting, basically looking at this as. The hopium here is that we are above the 9. I mean, the EMA 100, which is nice. That is what we'd want for sure. But then when we look at the weekly here, where this closes is actually going to be kind of key too. Bears ideally wouldn't want this to, potentially this could turn into like a shooting star or even like a gravestone doji, where this comes down more, or it's not necessarily, a doji in the sense that it closes in the middle, but it leaves kind of more of a tinier body wick down here. That would look like a gravestone to me, which would then lead into more downside into next week. As of now, though, it's a doji, and it's fine. We're just under resistance. It's nice though that the weekly essentially is holding that EMA 100. Plus we have that 9 now, basically touching it, solidifying that this is a strong area for Tesla at 213. And the nice part about this weekly too, potentially, is that it is still green and it is still a doji, and we are holding the 9 and the 100 on this, I guess you could call it a back test if it holds. That would be welcoming for sure, and it would definitely give bulls more legs to potentially break this 220 zone. This 220 zone, I think, should just be the focal point of what you're looking at if you're taking trades here, because it's a big zone, big rejections and big breakouts once it's reclaimed. So it is something to keep watching, I guess, as we go into next week. With today, with how markets are as they stand, super unclear across the board. I'm seeing a lot of bearish retests. I'm seeing ES1 rallying to resistance, try to reclaim it. Bitcoin's still kind of in that weird mode where it could reject here, or it could go up to 62.6. There's a lot of uncertainty, and I mean, we expect that with an event and it being Friday. Plus, we're getting the weekly closures. So I think next week is just going to be telling across the board. As it stands, the daily is now above the 9 and the 21, but again, it just looks like a bearish retest even so. I'd feel more confident at being bullish on this if we get a back above 220 and actually hold it, not just wick above or even reclaim it for one closure and then reject and then lose it. So yeah, I would watch. I mean, I'm not really getting too much on this chart. If I took like a bearish retracement pattern from, let's say, on this range on the daily, you can just kind of see we're just caught in a range in the 0.5 and the 618, which is fine. 618 is a big level too. But I do think 220 first. That's for me. That's my line in the sand. If 220 can break, I do think we easily can come over to 231, which happens to be the 6.5. But also, it's that wick high rejection that bears are putting money on, that this is going to be the next lower high compared to this one. So it's something to watch in the next week. If we go, let me see here. And visually you can just see it. Rejected, came up, rallied up, it rolled over, it broke this low here, and then dumped. And we came down to the range. We've been slow grinding up. This is though where we don't want it to roll over, and that's why I had this drawn. Because this is essentially would be the deviation play retest more lower. This 198 level definitely could get hit again. And what I like about that is it's a big level on the daily. We have the 100, EMA 100, and then the SMA 200. Big levels. So you should at least expect some reaction if we do get down to there. The question just be if it holds or not. If it doesn't, then I do think Tesla can easily come back down to this 170, 168 zone. This was kind of a big range for a while. When it was ranging, a failed breakdown, reclaim to the actual breakout. That would be the area I'd be looking at next. I'm interested to see how this monthly is looking. Monthly is okay. It's definitely not the nicest candle for sure. When you're getting like a monthly candle that it's looking like it's not the strongest in the sense that bulls were unable to sustain this into a green candle while also still potentially losing that 220. These can act as traps because people will look at these as hammerheads, and it's not, because it's red still. It needs to flip positive, flip this up to actually form that head. New people will look at this and look at this candle, and yes, it looks good. It got bought up. It is above the 21 of the 9 now. The question is, will it be in 7 days? And that's why we're seeing a lot of these. We're seeing a lot of charts across the board look interesting, and to me, it seems like a lot of them want to make decisions into next week, which makes sense because we have that Friday monthly closure across the board. So I'd watch very closely. If Tesla does lose the 9 again on the monthly, even the 21, we'll say, it'd be definitely a signal of cautious losing the 21, losing the 9 on a monthly. I think Tesla, it's going to come down a lot more. And I'd have to look at this diagonal that we have, but also this EMA 100 on the monthly at like 135, 130 to 135. We'd have to look at that. So luckily, the monthly is still okay. I'm not the most confident yet on this candle if we're just going off of how it is, but at least it's nice in the sense that we are still above the major moving average, especially on the monthly, because if the monthly loses the 9 and the weekly loses the 9 and the daily closes below the EMA 100, which also lines up right with the SMA 200, we have to then start looking, as if Tesla's in a bear market, they're going to go a lot lower.
And if I can add something right now on the daily, we have confirmed hidden bearish divergence.
Yeah, so that, and I wonder, BWE bounced at the 50%, kind of just like it's just blowing steam off essentially. But for me, I'm looking at this as a bearish retest. This looks like an SFP to the downside. We broke the market structure once we lost this low here. I'll draw a line. Once we lost this low, you should be technically on lower high on the daily. We should be on lower high watch potentially for that.
Based off of that hidden bearish divergence, what my logical target would be is that cluster of moving averages right there.
I see, at that 203 level.
And if it holds that would be an inverse head and shoulders. If it doesn't hold it though, you'd have that same inverse head and shoulders move to the downside.
Yeah. No. So it's nice too when you get, especially on a daily, you just get like the cluster. To me, it's like a magnet for price, but we first need to lose the 9. So, if we do reject here, lose the 9, you could just look at the EMA 9, keep to reject again, and then we target, that 203 to like 198. If this doesn't hold on the daily, this area here, that'd be not the best. It'd be pretty bearish in my opinion. Tesla doesn't like to be under the EMA 100 and the SMA 200. Every time it leads to big moves down. So especially with this bearish retest and potential lower high, you would expect this to hold then if you're bullish. If not, that's like the first step of, okay, maybe this chart's like fucked. And then when we look at the weekly, this area here around that, the 203, essentially if the weekly loses the 9, at 213, that would be your second step of, this isn't looking good. And then once the monthly does, to me, I'd be looking at a lot lower, potentially, closer to 150s to like 140s, assuming this monthly EMA 100 moves up.
That monthly looks like a massive head and shoulders.
Right here, the
shoulder, head,
and
shoulder.
The shoulder, yeah.
Next line is that bottom green meme line.
I mean, we took
Oh,
the target. It would
this would be
basically
crazy.
negative. So
Yeah,
Inshallah, will never happen. God bless Elon Musk.
exactly.
and I mean, the BBWP on the monthly too is an interesting spot. It's more in that corrective manner, but it is coming down again. It definitely can come down more, especially with it starting to curve more down. But if this goes and resets fully, that'll just, and if trend starts turning down, that wouldn't be the best sign for bulls, in my opinion. So something to watch going into next week. I think it's going to be very important to see where we close. In summary, 220 is a very important spot for me. If we can reclaim 220 and hold it, I think we can have a chance to go to 260s, or at least gap fill here at 246. But until that happens, I'm just looking at this as the right, we dump, rally, bearish retest, and then came down. That's what I'm looking for. And then depending on where we bottom or how deep it is, that'll be important. But Tesla is very clean trading. And it can chop, right? Lose the range, come back up, but essentially once it loses it, it always puts in a bearish retest before the big dump. And that's why I do like trading or looking at stocks, because they're just very to the book. They're very easy. So is that what we're getting now?
Can I provide some hopium?
The inverse head and shoulders on the monthly?
No. My hopium right now is not based on the technicals at all. My hopium is based off of
the presidency,
the fundamentals, which I usually don't look at. But if Trump wins the presidency, he's already said he's going to appoint Elon to a cabinet position. Elon said he would take it. So you already know Tesla's going to go to the fucking moon from there.
I know it sounds crazy, and I know people think this is crazy, but Elon Musk gave himself that job. Elon Musk is the one who proposed it. Elon Musk is the one paying Trump, whereas I think Elon Musk will be the president, because
I agree 100%.
The job that he's looking for himself, which is the guy that basically like creating the Commission of Efficiency in the government, whatever it is, which is like Doge. That's the right Department of
the Department of Government Efficiency.
There you go. The Department of Government Efficiency. What he would be doing is just giving himself permission to destroy and rearrange the government however he wants. And it's unbelievable to me that no one has noticed, that no one has like that thought in their mind. That would be the most powerful government job that exists.
Mm-hmm.
And yet people are like, because literally he could turn around and go like, hey, industrial complex, I'm going to reorganize you. I know that he'll get killed for that, but he would technically have the ability to do that. So I
can't lie though, I'm a huge supporter of the military industrial complex.
That's what's fucking us. That's what's totally fucking us, Farhan. God damn it.
I love Lockheed Martin.
Why?
Have you seen their planes, dude? F-22, F-35.
They're pretty sick.
Beautiful.
They are pretty sick. They're pretty sick. I'll give you that. Okay, let me share Tesla with everyone. And let's roll. Okay. Vale, pues, estamos viendo Tesla. Oh, this is what I wanted to share with you guys. This is an inverse head and shoulders on the monthly. And it's fucking massive. You ready?
Yeah.
Shoulder. Head.
Let's get a measured move from there.
Shoulder. It takes you back to all-time highs.
Right.
Yeah,
remember, hopium is my job, though.
413. I know it's your job, but you were missing this. I don't understand what happened. So I'm just passing along what you would have done.
All right, nice. That's cool.
I guess that's cool. All right. Estamos viendo Tesla, damas y caballeros. Tesla en este momento está cotizando en $218. Con 87 centavos, un poco irrelevante porque se está moviendo. Estamos viendo la tabla mensual y les voy a tirar un poco de hopium. Le estoy robándole un poco la chamba a Farhan, ¿ok? Básicamente estamos viendo que estamos por encima del 21, del 9. Venimos a retestear el 55 y ni siquiera nos molestamos con el 100. Eso nos llevó a esta parte alta. Lo que quiero decir es, estamos encima de todos estos promedios, pero también quiero que vean lo que sigue. Tenemos esta línea de esta resistencia que no hemos podido romper, que Tesla está teniendo problemas con, y hasta acá nos dio un fake out hasta los 268, pero volvió a bajar y acá lo tenemos que nos hizo lo mismo a la baja, básicamente lo que habíamos visto con el precio de Geo, pero no tan predatorio. Las velas no se volvieron tan delgadas en la parte de abajo. Ok, viendo esto, les quiero enseñar. Aquí tenemos un head and shoulders, un hombro, cabeza, hombro invertido. Tienes el hombro, tienes la cabeza y tienes el hombro acá. Si medimos cuánto va a ser el movimiento de esto, sencillo, pones la parte más baja y la juntas exactamente con la parte del canal arriba y eso te da un objetivo. Pretendamos que lo rompe acá o que lo rompe acá, digamos que lo rompe el próximo mes. Eso te da un objetivo más arriba de los altos históricos o más o menos por ahí de altos históricos, para que tengan eso en mente. Ahora, vamos a ir rápido a la semanal, que pinta diferentes fotografías. La semanal está todavía arriba, está arriba de sus promedios importantes, pero no que el S&P 200. Ese está en $234 y probablemente lo vengamos a retestear, aunque ya lo retesteamos una vez y nos rechazó y venimos hasta abajo a la zona de los $182. Ok. Ahora, muy importante para todos nosotros es el nivel de los $221. Si no puede romper el precio a la alza acá, se ve que probablemente se vaya a doblar a la baja. Sobre todo cuando volteas a ver en la diaria, yo creo es donde puedes ver todo esto. Sí estás encima de todos los promedios, pero simplemente estás peleándote muchísimo con esa resistencia en los 221 que ha sido probada una y otra vez. Y de ahí encima tienes también la línea que viene a ser el head and shoulders, el hombro, cabeza, hombro inverso, que pone el stop ahí en los 226. Lo primero que estamos buscando es que Tesla pueda romper esto a la alza, pero en este momento no se ve bien. ¿Por qué? Porque estás haciendo altos más bajos. Lo vemos desde acá, ¿no? Con este, lo vemos acá, lo viste acá, lo ves acá. Este fue el alto más que le gana a estos y los cancela, pero de ahí nos volteamos y nos fuimos a la baja y tienes este alto que es más bajo, este alto que es más bajo. El hoping para todo el mundo, ¿cuál es? Bastante sencillo, que podamos subir acá y romper este alto. Si podemos subir acá y romper este alto, el precio de Tesla, tu siguiente objetivo van a ser los $300. Pero antes de eso hay mucha chamba. Y la primera cosa que tienes que esperarte a ver es si podemos romper esta resistencia en los 221, que ha sido soporte o resistencia de acuerdo a dónde está el precio, muy importante para el precio de Tesla. Así que ojo ahí, atentos con Tesla. Let's close this shit with, oh no, this is 4 hours. Either way, let's do Lucid. Or do you have something else, Farhan? And you're muted.
Hey, you're muted, buddy.
We're going to do Lucid or Faraday Future?
No, Faraday Future. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that you had another one. Let's go with that. No, wait, that's the SPX.
Yeah, let me change it. FFEI, right? No,
Yeah.
FFIE?
No, IE.
Yeah. This thing is literally the biggest scam I've seen in my entire life. Do you guys remember whenever Faraday Future was first coming out and there was a whole a scandal about how the CEO embezzled millions of dollars out of the company?
Not only I remember that, they tried to hire a friend of mine that's a comedian to be the CEO of the company. I swear to God, this is not a joke. He's like, what should I do? I'm like, what do you know about putting cars together? He goes, nothing. I'm like, why would they want to hire you if it's not to dump blame on you for something? When you have you like cars, that's cool, dude, but the fuck do you know? And he's like, yeah, I never thought about it that way. I'm like, yeah, dude. It's not like fucking Apple's going to call me and be like, hey, we thought about it and Tim Cook is just not cutting it, Alejandro. Do you want to be the CEO of Apple? Like, that's not going to happen, dude.
Like Mercedes. Like, yo, Alejandro, you want to push our cars? We'll give you $300.
$300.
They never paid me the $300 and took away my AMG 1.
Nobody else knows what I'm talking about. That $300.
I know. It's so old. It's so old.
All right, so we're looking at the monthly on Faraday Future right now. It's been on a continuous downtrend ever since it began in 2020. This thing, like everything else that we've mentioned previously, does not know what an uptrend looks like. Right now, the blue zone has moved on. We're correcting to the median right now, while momentum is starting to flip down and volatility is flipping down as well. So we should expect this median to hold before. For now, we wouldn't expect a breakdown at this point, as long as volatility is still pointed down. If volatility starts flipping back up, then we would have volatility support on the breakdown, and we would say that, okay, so we're going to break down from here, and we're going to go down to the 78.6, which at the very least. But this as you see on fair-day future, it likes to go down to the 88.3 or the 95 before it makes a low. But the minimum is 78.6 if we lose that median. At that point, I would say that we're going to go down to around 20 cents. More likely, we're going to come down to around 13 cents. And at that point, like this shit is going to get delisted. It's going to be a penny stock. Like I have no idea why anybody wants to trade this thing. Let's go to the weekly. The weekly right now, we're getting a little bit of bounce. We're getting a rejection exactly where we need to make sure it's bearish. We're rejecting this blue zone, we're rejecting the 5 EMA and the 9 EMA. As long as we keep rejecting here, I wouldn't say it's like super bearish, but if we reject here and we see these zones move down, because usually whenever it moves down, like it did all the way through here. Whenever this blue zone moves down, it tells you the price is bearish, and that you're gonna break down from there. What we want to see for the bearish hopium is that this blue zone right here moves down to right now. We're finding some support right here at $5. If that moves down there, very likely we retest it. We get a little bit of a bounce, but after that, I would say that we're probably going to break down and we're going to go towards these previous lows over here, which is around like $1.67. Very likely it doesn't hold, and this thing is very likely going to come under $1. It's going to be a penny stock, and it's going to get delisted from the Nasdaq. I have no idea why the Nasdaq is even listing this garbage right now, to be honest. Let's look at our RSI.
They like easy money, right? Like, come on, just at least keep your price above like 20 cents and we'll keep you there as long as money keeps rolling in. Look, I'm the biggest back holder Fisker, and you know, they took it off the exchange, and now I can't get rid of my stocks, my all 5,000 stocks.
Mr. Henrik Fisker got you.
That's how he fucking did. That motherfucker. He always does. As he's like right now sunbathing in his mansion.
Guy is the biggest scammer in the entire planet. Sam Bankman-Fried don't got shit on Henrik Fisker.
No, and Fisker is very smart about it because he's just a white, quiet man. And he can't be guilty of anything. He's just like, what? You would think a white guy is going to steal your money? He doesn't say curse words. He wears a little suit jacket whenever he goes out in public. Come on. And then, yeah, everyone gives him money.
So on fair day future, on the monthly RSI, we had a little bit of hopium, but now I got to unfortunately crush that hopium, is that we had some bullish divergence, but then we ended up making a local high. Not only did we make a local high, but we rejected getting out of the bearish control zone 3 times now. The stocks and assets like to work in the power of threes. So after 3 times rejecting the bearish control zone, very likely you're going to come down to the bearish critical zone. And right now, the bearish critical zone sits at, it's giving me the prices for Bitcoin. That's weird. All right. No, it's still giving me Bitcoin prices. The hell?
Maybe that's the problem with Faraday, and that's why people are buying it, because they think it's Bitcoin in some exchanges.
I think this will fix it. I'll switch to Bitcoin and then I'll switch back to Faraday future.
Yeah. Fucking Bitcoin went up again.
Like literally, it's giving me Bitcoin prices. I have no idea what's going on. But I would expect us to go to that bottom of the bearish critical zone, which would coincide with us breaking below at $1 and making this a penny stock. But it's not looking good. There's literally not a single piece of hopium I can find. It looks like complete dog shit. Like, to be honest, like, correct me if I'm wrong, I think this is the worst chart we've looked at today.
Oh yeah, by a lot, even more than the noise one, because the noise one at least was like going up, and like it's been doing the same thing for 30 years. But this is just terrible. I agree with you on that one.
Horrible.
Let me share the terrible news with everyone, and then let's fuck off, because I need to talk to our web developer about something on a call. We're setting up some live stuff. Vale, vamos a ver Faraday Friday. Y como siempre les digo, por favor dejen de comprar pendejadas. Esta es una de esas compañías de coches eléctricos de completamente palo, que nunca llegó a hacer nada. Y estábamos platicando, Farhan y yo, que al principio muy poca gente se acuerda. Cuando esta empresa salió, al CEO lo acusaron de haberse robado no sé cuántos miles. O sea, vean, no puedo llegar a la parte de arriba de la tabla. Literalmente estás hablando de $197,000, ¿no? Por acción, y ahorita está en $7. Para que tengan una idea, es una payasada. Yeah, no, we're gone. We're done, guys. Esta es una absoluta payasada. Esta empresa intentó contratar a un amigo mío que es comediante, se los juro por mi vida, porque es no les voy a decir de qué país en el Medio Oriente. Fui a comer con él y me dijo, güey, hay una compañía de coches que me quiere contratar. Y yo, a huevo, güey, vamos, digo, total, vamos a comer, es un gusto verte, etcétera. Y en lo que estoy comiendo con él, me cuenta que esta empresa lo quería contratar para ser el CEO. El CEO, el güey que maneja la empresa. Pueden ver cómo ha caído esto, ¿no? Ok, el CEO que maneja esta empresa. Y le digo, güey, y me dice, ¿qué opinas? Y le digo, güey, ¿qué clase de pendejo eres? Claramente te quieren echar la culpa de algo porque eres comediante y nunca en tu vida has sido ejecutivo en una empresa, ¿no? Y me dice, sí, no, nunca. Es como si a mí me hablara Apple y me dijeran, güey, ¿quieres ser el CEO de Apple? Pues, chido, güey, pero pues, no sé ni cómo empezar a hacer eso. Es así de palero el asunto. Desde ahí siempre supe que estos güeyes iban a hacer palo y es lo que es. Lo que están viendo acá es literalmente acción de meme. Esta es gente que compró para meter a todo el mundo y aquí están vendiéndole a todo el mundo. Básicamente porque es imposible usar indicadores. Quiero que vean esto. O sea, solamente tienes el 9, el 21 en la semanal ahí. Todo lo demás está literalmente abajo de todo. Lo único que nos pone en la diaria es que estás a punto de ir a retestear el 9 después de que lo habías hecho, te rechazó el 21 y vas para abajo una vez más. Con el momentum y todas las divergencias alcistas, bajistas y de toda madre, esta madre se va a ir a cero. Es literalmente lo que dice. Así que por el amor de Dios, a menos de que estés apostando como enfermo, esto no tiene sentido alguno y no hay manera de analizar técnicamente este tipo de tablas para todos ustedes. Wow. Is there anything else you boys want to add? And Farhan, you're muted.
No, great stream. See you guys on Monday.
Fuck yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much, guys, for everything. I'm going to say goodbye to everyone, and I'll see you guys in a second.
Cool.
Vale, pues, esto fue el fin del Casino del Tío Salo. Muchísimas gracias a todos por acompañarnos, a Alex, a Farhan, a mí, para todos los que se quieren hacer miembros de Elite Trading Academy, que de nuevo es absolutamente gratis en el Discord. Les voy a dejar acá el enlace también para poder unirse a tradear con nosotros en BitGet, que es nuestro exchange que funciona en todos lados menos en Estados Unidos, y también en Bluffing, que es nuestro exchange que funciona en Estados Unidos y en todo el mundo y no requiere KYC. Se los estoy dejando en los comentarios, se los dejé aquí abajo en la descripción del video. Me llamo Alejandro Salomón, les mando un abrazo y discúlpenme que no he hecho videos fuera de esto. Se nos fue Fiona, entonces he estado triste. Les mando un abrazo, pórtense bien. Gracias.